Happy Wednesday. Good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon, wherever you are across the diaspora. I greet you from Jamaica, from the salubrious parish of Manchester, from the Catholic College of Mandeville's campus in Williamsfield. Welcome to our 4th annual Early Childhood Conference. I am going to be your host for today, Joan Belfont. I am the coordinator for the Master of Education in Teaching and Learning program here at the college. Today, I am behind the mic, sharing and helping you to go through this day of wonderful presentations. In collaboration with the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, this year, our conversation focuses on boys. Boys to men, their early childhood education is no small matter, helping our boys to thrive. As we reflect on how we nurture and help our boys to grow, let us ask ourselves some important questions, and our speakers throughout the day will cause us to reflect on some of those questions. As we empower our girls, are we disempowering our boys? Something to think about. In our conversations about boys and males, do they hear anything positive about themselves? In our quest to toughen them up, are we ignoring and stifling their sensitivity? I was listening to the news coming from Toronto last night on television, and there's a recent research they did on men and women and how they react to breakups. And the research discovered or found that men were the ones who reacted most or who internalized and took the breakups much harder than women. I can actually hear the woman saying, no, 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 but in truth, we forget sometimes how sensitive our males are. So it was interesting to hear the research reaching back and reminding us of the sensitivity of our boys. Are our classrooms boy-friendly? So they like to play in dirt, they like rough and tumble play. How are we catering for that? Or are we trying to beat it out of them? To quote a line from a play, Man Talk by Earl Warner, do we let them out like wild goats and hope they find their way back and forget to nurture the sensitive and gentle parts of their nature? We have an enticing lineup of speakers to help us reflect on growing boys into men, especially starting from the early childhood stage. We explore rites of passage, fathering men in early childhood education. We examine the struggle of boys in early childhood education and much more. So stay with us for important conversations on boys to men. To start us off and to bless our conversations that they may bear fruit, we invite His Grace, Bishop of Mandeville Catholic Diocese, Reverend John Persad, to lead us in prayer and bless our proceedings.
The psalmist says in Psalm 111, happy the one who fears the Lord, who takes delight in all his commands. His children will be powerful on earth. The children of the upright are blessed. Father God, we praise you for this event and your purpose for it. We know that when we gather together, you always have a divine agenda. We love you for that, Father. That even when we have done what you have asked, The results are so much greater than we ever could have imagined. Even in failed attempts, you blow us away with your faithfulness to provide what we need. Our prayer today is that your will be done through this event. Take what we have prepared and multiply our efforts as only you can. Steer our intentions to align with your righteous will. Remind us of your faithful provision when our efforts fail us or fall short. May all glory go to you when we reach the finish line and climb over benchmarks. Blanket us with your peace today, Father. Keep us physically safe and guard our hearts and minds from pride and selfishness. Keep love at the forefront of our minds today, and the guiding light for all we set out to accomplish and celebrate. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Father Persad. Thank you for always making yourself available to bless our proceedings and start us off in the right way. We thank you so much. I particularly want to repeat that phrase, multiply our efforts, multiply our words, multiply our conversations, so that it spreads across the diaspora and begins to make a difference. Thank you so much. And now to introduce and to welcome you formally, the chief cook and bottle washer behind the planning and organizing of this 4th annual Early Childhood Conference. Please welcome Mrs. Nada Gray. She's the coordinator for the Early Childhood Program at the Catholic College of Mandeville. Mrs. Gray?
Good morning, everyone. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce the important guest on the virtual platform. Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Joan Belfon, Coordinator, Master of Education in Teaching and Learning. Bishop John Derrick Persaud, Diocese of Mandeville. Dr. Diana Davis Smith, President of the Catholic College of Mandeville. Sister Una O'Connor, Past President, Catholic College of Mandeville. Mrs. Thelma Neal, Vice President, Department of Undergraduate Studies, Catholic College of Mandeville. Dr. Marcia Chin, President, Department of Graduate Studies and Research. Mrs. Michelle Fanger, Vice Chair, Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. Mr. Otis Orlando Brown, Regional Director, Region 5, Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. Mrs. Carlene DeGrasse Deslandes, Executive Director of the Early Childhood Commission. Mrs. Latoya Akar Foster, Project Manager for the Chase Fund. Mr. Jasper Gabriel, Keynote Speaker, Principal of Manchester High School. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On the behalf of the Catholic College of Mandeville and its collaborative partner, the Jamaica Diaspora Action Task Network, I bring you warm welcome as we kickstart the 4th annual Early Childhood Conference. A very special, extraordinary, enthusiastic, and warm welcome to all the males in the virtual space in Jamaica and in the world over, who were boys, little boys, big boys, before they became men. Mark Twain states, "There comes a time in every rightly constructed boy's life when he has a raging desire to go and dig for hidden treasures." Today, we begin our treasure hunt with informed and expert presenters who will collaboratively share with us strategies, solutions to the challenges our boys face as we look at the various topics: strategic fathering, equity in the early childhood learning space for boys, healthy rites of passage, practical solutions to the impact of trauma and poverty on boys' learning. As we grapple with COVID, we will get some guidance on how to set up learning pods for young boys. And of course, make certain you don't miss the reasoning, the roundtable reasoning with three young men who have had challenges and they were able to overcome these challenges. I encourage you all to participate actively during these 2 days of conference. Ask your questions, state your concerns, and even share your own strategies and solutions on how to nurture, empower our young boys as they evolve into positive, productive, warming, and caring men. Ladies and gentlemen, I now hand over the virtual lectern to our fabulous, esteemed moderator, Ms. Joan Belfort.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Gray. The life and heart of the early childhood program, the soul, the passion behind the planning and organization of the early childhood conferences. About 4 years ago, Mrs. Gray took up the gauntlet and decided that the college would focus, with the support of the president, would focus on early childhood, and she has taken the baton and has been running with it. Ladies and gentlemen, on your program, you would see that we should have now some opening remarks by the Vice President for Undergraduate Studies on whose department the Early Childhood Program falls. But as you know, life happens. Our Vice President lost her aunt yesterday, and so she has to deal with the loss and the transition of her family. So sitting in for her and making opening remarks, our president of the Catholic College of Mandeville, Dr. Diana Davis Smith.
Thank you very much, Ms. Belfon. Moderators, MC official for Catholic College of Mandeville, Bishop John Prasad, Chancellor, Catholic College of Mandeville, specially invited guests, colleagues, presenters, friends. I perhaps just say all protocols duly observed. Catholic College of Mandeville's annual Early Childhood Conference, our second collaboration with partners Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, JDTAN. It is my pleasure to be here to offer opening remarks, despite the circumstances that has caused me to be brought further up on the list of activities for today. And I want to pause to offer condolences to my VP, Ms. Thelma, and the rest of her family on the passing of her aunt. Now, whilst it's my pleasure, it is perhaps a unique opportunity to design and master and shape the how, the where, and the way we educate and understand boys from early years at early childhood. With almost 2 difficult years behind us, a year that has so many of us have spent locked away at home, working remotely, this must be for us an impetus to ready ourselves for the process of getting back to the halls of our schools and the halls of our various institutions, armored with building back better for our boys. We're fortunate to have the support of a great cadre of presenters who we will experience over the next 2 days, as to some special guests, whom I hope you will all get an opportunity to interact with beyond just their presentations. Conferences such as these, conferences that look to foster and enable early childhood education, are really major national, nation building and nation leading efforts that are not to be taken lightly. They were made possible through collaboration and they were made possible through compromise. But conferences like these alone are just not enough. All major stakeholders, such as the Early Childhood Commission, the Ministry of Education, Youth Information, and civil society groups, institutions of higher learning, faith-based institutions, must model the ideals for our boys such that they become the men that we desire for our society. We need to make sure that early childhood education is not regarded as small matter. That excellent early childhood education for boys is not the privilege of a few, but an opportunity for the many. Together, let us make certain we are helping boys to thrive. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Diana Davis-Smith, President of the Catholic College of Mandeville, imploring all of us to join in the efforts to help our boys to thrive. I know we are all disturbed every day by the news of our young men and even the older men. And so we know that we have to start making a difference at the early childhood level so that the men we grow would be the citizens of the society that we need, not just that we want, but that we need to strengthen the base of our society. Thank you so much for sharing and for sitting in for Mrs. Thelma Neal. It is my further pleasure to introduce the past president of CCM, who never fails to support all our endeavors. Please welcome Sister Winifred O'Connor, happily known to all of us as Sister Una, to share some remarks with us. Sister Una?
All. It's really a privilege to have been invited to greet you this morning. And my greetings are just very, very brief, because I know you have a very busy and productive day ahead of you. But I certainly want to say I appreciate that I was on your program. At least you see now, with the help of Zoom, that I'm still alive and well. And so I would, at this point, I want to congratulate you on how much you have achieved, how much the college is still achieving in general, and all the work that goes behind it. I am very aware this doesn't happen without a lot of the development, being in touch with the problems of today, so that we can, in fact, respond to the needs of today. And when I saw the title and the theme, I said to myself, so appropriate for this day and age, where we are experiencing untold violence and disruption and all kinds of difficulties in our society. And so at this point, I want to say this program, Early Childhood Education, came into being in 2012. And at that point, we began the program with one student. Sometimes you have to do that, just even one person. And that was also a name similar to our Narda, but Narda helped me to clarify the names. So this, in fact, was Nordia Cole, who was the first student who really wanted that program and kept at us to get it started. And so we started with one student enrolled. But of course, they could take courses that overlapped with the primary in education. And so it took off from there. So a special thanks at this point to the JDTAN, who have been supporting us along the way also. And congratulations to everyone. I wish you every blessing on this day. Thank you, Bishop, for your beautiful prayer, inspiring us and will inspire the whole conference. And so from a distance, I keep my eye on CCM and try to follow what goes on with you. So blessings on your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Una, and thank you for keeping your eye on us, because I know it's not just your eye, you keep your heart, and I know every time you pray for us. So we feel your blessing, and we are happy that you, as you said, Zoom lets us see that you are still alive and well. We are so happy that you have been with us today. And now we want to hear from our partner, our collaborating partner in this venture, the Vice Chair of the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, Ms. Michelle Fanger, attorney at law, will bring greetings on behalf of her organization.
Master of Ceremonies, President of the Catholic College of Mandeville, Chairman of the Board of Directors, keynote speaker, Mr. Jasford Gabriel, friends, all the viewers on this platform, lecturers, parents, students, well-wishers. Today marks an important day in the life of this college. Today is the Catholic College of Mandeville's 2021 Virtual Early Childhood Conference, and the Jamaica Diaspora Network is ecstatic to be collaborating with this noble institution. On behalf of all the members of the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, including our chairman, Leah Gillings, myself, Michelle Fanger, the vice president, and its over 1,500 members who are spread over 43 countries, I am honored to bring greetings. The Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network comprises of 43 task forces, including the education, health, legal support, to name a few, with Education Task Force as our largest task force. During our recent strategic meeting, it was suggested and recommended that the Education Task Force be divided into 3 segments so that the Education Task Force could be more effective and relevant in this new era. The 3 new arms focuses on early childhood education, primary and secondary education, and tertiary education, which includes this institution. With these 3 arms, we are better able to accomplish the main missions of the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. One may question, what is the mission of the task force? Our mission is to, and I quote, to carefully develop and maintain a task force movement with global membership and a guided vision. The Diaspora Network operates to assist Jamaica in the attainment of her national goals, end of quote. The members are proud to support Jamaica and therefore are mobilized to partner, analyze, create, plan, empower, and satisfy the needs of Jamaica where the resources are available. The task force uses 4 fundamental pillars to achieve this mission. 1, partnership and collaboration. As you see, this is what we're doing with the Catholic College of Mandeville. 2, leadership development. 3, assessing the needs of Jamaica, implementing intervention with prescribed approaches for national development, utilizing available resources within the diaspora. 4th, building a network that affords Jamaica abroad an opportunity to give back to the country effortlessly. The Jamaica Diaspora Action Network, through seminars and seminars that are catered towards teachers, nurses, guidance counselors, civil servants, have over 1,100 participants. We have raised over $20,000 to provide support for COVID care packages and back-to-school supplies. We have donated 1,500 fruit trees to 650 farmers. We have also had over 200 sessions with over 30,000 attendees. We have given out over 6,000 certifications to teachers and nurses. Our events have been viewed by over 100,000 participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to continued collaboration with this, your institution. I thank you.
Thank you, Michelle Fanger. Really impressive set of statistics, and really we are so supportive of and impressed by the initiative of the JDTAN in supporting Jamaica education. Not only that, finding all the brightest and best of Jamaica who are spread across 43 countries, and I know there are more because you will find them, to give back and to participate and to keep supporting initiatives. So we congratulate you also on your newest initiative to separate the levels of education so that you can give each of them their focus. Thank you so much for taking the time to share with us this morning, Michelle, and congratulations, and keep on doing what you're doing. As they say on the streets, keep on keeping on. We thank you so much, JDTAN. Some of our partners who always support our initiatives have agreed to share greetings with us this morning, and we welcome, first of all, Mr. Otis Orlando Brown. He's the Regional Director for Region 5 in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and he will be followed by the Executive Director of the Early Childhood Commission, Mrs. Carleen de Grasse Deslandes, as they share greetings in their support of this 4th Early Childhood Conference put on by the Catholic College of Mandeville. Mr. Otis Orlando Brown.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to have been invited to bring greetings on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information in this significant event, the 4th Annual Early Childhood Conference of the Catholic College of Mandeville. The theme of the 2021 conference, Boys to Men, Early Childhood Education, no small matter, embodies a profound meaning. This is so because early childhood education is aimed at catering to a child's social, emotional, cognitive, and physical needs in order to build that very powerful foundation for lifelong learning. I take note also that you are placing a laser-like focus on helping boys to thrive, a matter that must be given critical attention so that our boys can be empowered to play their role in later years to help in building our nation. Congratulations to the Catholic College of Mandeville for arranging this rather important capacity building event for our educators. And it is my wish that all participants will benefit immensely. Happy conference, everyone. God's blessings.
Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Joan Belfon, Coordinator, Catholic College of Mandeville. Ms. Leslie Ann Samuel, President of Union of Jamaican Alumni Associations. His Grace, Bishop John Derrick Prasad, Diocese of Mandeville. Dr. Diana Davis Smith, President, Catholic College of Mandeville. Sister Winifred O'Connor, Past President, Catholic College of Mandeville. Mrs. Thelma Neal, Vice President, Department of Education, Catholic College of Mandeville. Dr. Marcia Chin, Vice President, Graduate Studies and Research, Catholic College of Mandeville. Mr. Leo Gilling, Chairman, Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. Mr. Otis Orlando Brown, Regional Director, Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, Region 5. Mrs. Latoya Akar Foster, Project Manager, Chase Fund. Mr. Jasper Gabriel, Keynote Speaker, Principal, Manchester High School. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to everyone. It is my pleasure to participate in the fourth staging of the virtual Early Childhood Conference hosted by the Catholic College of Mandeville and the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. I bring you warm greetings and best wishes on behalf of Team ECC. This event is important to us because its focus aligns with our legislative mandate, and I find this year's theme, Boys to Men, ECE No Small Matter, to be particularly appropriate because there have been growing concerns about the number of boys who continue to lag behind or drop out of school. The matter has been further compounded recently with schools being ordered closed in March 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Numerous reports published over the period reveal that our nation's boys and girls have lost billions of hours in class time, which have negatively impacted them socially, physically, and emotionally. The early childhood development sector has been one of the areas hardest hit by the pandemic. Though the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information and the Early Childhood Commission have made significant strides in trying to engage our children, some of our most vulnerable 0 to 8-year-olds are still unable to access high-quality early childhood education as they lack the necessary resources. The recent announcement by the Prime Minister regarding the resumption of face-to-face engagement for children 0 to 5 years provides new opportunities for us to re-engage our children. I am certain that by the end of this conference, you will gain further knowledge and insight on how to contribute to the holistic development of our boys in the learning environment. It is my hope that you will feel motivated and inspired to make a difference in your respective communities. Ensure that you pay keen attention to the presenters and fellow participants and actively participate in the discussions. Feel free to share your ideas and suggestions regarding further improvements and innovations in the way we engage our boys at the early childhood level. I commend the Catholic College of Mandeville and the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network for the excellent work they have done over the years to emphasize the importance of early childhood development, reminding us that although we cater for small human beings, what we do as early childhood practitioners is a big deal. It is indeed no small matter. Remember, our daily actions greatly impact the children and will determine their outcome as future leaders. We cannot and we will not fail the next generation. Welcome everyone, and do have a wonderful event.
Thank you to Mr. Orlando Brown, representing the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. And thank you, Mrs. DeGrasse Deslandes, representing the Early Childhood Commission. And we thank you for always supporting our initiatives, whether it be early childhood, tertiary level, primary. We really appreciate you joining hands with us as we seek to make input into the Jamaica education system. And I want to endorse what Ms. Deslandes asked of all of us in our audience today, that the words we share, the information we share, bear fruit, and you take it away and make it come alive so that we can begin improving the early childhood sector in particular, because that determines the future we will have, not just as a society, but as a region. It is my pleasure now to introduce the project manager of the Chase Fund, Mrs. Latoya Akart Foster, who's representing the Chief Officer of the Chase Fund to close our section on greetings. Mrs. Foster.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished representatives of the Catholic College of Mandeville, distinguished representatives of the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, representatives of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, as well as the Early Childhood Commission, keynote speaker, Mr. Jasford Gabriel, Master of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you warm greetings and best wishes on behalf of the Chase Fund at this annual Early Childhood Conference under the theme, Boys to Men, ECE, No Small Matter. Chase's involvement in the early childhood sector is deliberate because we understand that the care and education received during this period will impact children's academic and social trajectories throughout their lives. 25% of our resources are allocated to this sector. Our priorities have been and continue to be upgrading and equipping infant schools and departments, training of early childhood practitioners, research and development of resource materials, and health screening of children. We also finance projects that directly impact children with disabilities and special education needs. What we have also started to do is pay specific attention to programs which fall outside of the standardized education system, but are critical additions to the learning process. I'll give you an example of this. We recently supported the Insights program at the University of the West Indies School of Education. This program uses a unique approach to improve learning by employing strategies that fit children's personality styles and teaches parents and teachers how to manage a child's temperament, thereby improving parenting and the learning process. The mandate of the fund has not changed, but we realize that we must embrace new ideas in education to have a truly meaningful impact on the sector. The developmental timetables of girls and boys are somewhat different by most measures of sensory and cognitive development. Girls are slightly more advanced. We do know, however, that boys eventually catch up in many of these areas, but it is recognized that boys do need to be engaged differently. This concentration on helping boys to thrive is warranted and welcomed as you explore the ways teachers, parents, and other early childhood stakeholders explore the best developmentally appropriate ways to interact with boys, manage their activities, and schedule their days for optimal learning. We at Chase are excited by this focus and we look forward to the documented outcomes. The Chase board, management, and staff commend the Catholic College of Mandeville and its collaborative partner, the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, for hosting of this timely conference and wish for you all a pleasant, productive, and rewarding conference. Good morning.
And good morning to you, Mrs. Foster, and thank you. Thank you to the Chase Fund team. You know, we never knew that Chase had these other initiatives. When we think of Chase, we know we need some funding. Let's go ask Chase for some help. It is so wonderful to know that you're expanding the mandate of the Chase Fund and to support education. And one of the areas you have picked is early childhood education. Thank you and kudos to your team. Please pass on our kudos to your CEO and thank you so much for being here. We thank all our partners and supporters in education who have come out this morning just to share and endorse the proceedings that will emerge as we have this conversation on boys to men, early childhood education. No small matter, helping boys to thrive. If you are just joining us, we welcome you to the 4th annual Early Childhood Conference presented by the Catholic College of Mandeville in collaboration with the Jamaica Diaspora Action Task Force Network. I think I just mixed up the acronym there a minute. I got a little distracted.
I don't think you can prevent the whole entire college from using the IT.
Thank you. Right, we are moving into our keynote speaker. Trained in education, leadership, economics, management, mathematics, and social studies, Mr. Jasford Gabriel has over 3 decades of experience in teaching at secondary and tertiary levels of education. Armed also with public speaking, mediation, and time management skills, Mr. Gabriel's purpose is to facilitate improvement in the working conditions and standards of education across Jamaica. He's guided by the philosophy, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. To speak on the theme and to share his experience, his knowledge, and information with us, please welcome Mr. Jasford Gabriel.
You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So to our Masters of Ceremony, is Joan Belfon, Coordinator of the Master of Education in Teaching and Learning at the Catholic College of Mandeville. Ms. Leslie Ann Samuel, President of the Union of Jamaican Alumni Association, USA. And of course, we continue to share a very excellent relationship with the Jamaica Teachers Association as we bond together to improve early childhood education. Bishop John Derrick Prasad, Diocese of Mandeville. Dr. Diana Davis Smith, President, Catholic College of Mandeville. Senior Winifred O'Connor, past President of the Catholic College of Mandeville. Mrs. Thelma Neal, Vice President, Department of Undergraduate Studies at the Catholic College of Mandeville. Dr. Marcia Chin, Vice President of the Department of Graduate Studies and Research, Catholic College of Mandeville. Mr. Leo Gillen, my friend, Chairman, Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, JDTAN. Our newly minted Regional Director, Mr. Otis Brown, Region 5, Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. Mrs. Carleen de Grasse Deslandes, Executive Director, Early Childhood Commission. Mrs. Latoya Accord Foster, Project Manager of the Chase Fund. And I also want to give a special shout out to past President of JDTAN, Dr. Dwayne Dice, so passionate about early childhood education. Colleagues, it's an absolute delight of mine to be sharing briefly with you in this 4th ECI conference. Boys to men, I just love the theme. Early childhood education, definitely no small matter. If you ask me, it's a big deal. And we are helping boys to thrive. I don't think it's lost on any of us how crucial and urgent it is for us to have an action plan to rescue our boys so that we can have responsible men in our Jamaican societies. It is so fundamental to our growth and development. The truth is, at the Jamaica Teachers Association just coming out of presidency, we would have been lobbying long and hard. Last year was driven by our National Early Childhood Chair, Roy Main Robinson, so passionate about early childhood education. We would have been seeking to have many more initiatives rolled out, much more resources for the early childhood sector for one, more trained teachers, more resources to be put at that level, because it is where it all begins. Today, we still have over 2,000 early childhood institutions without a trained teacher. If you ask me, that's totally unacceptable. And every time this happens, our males, based on our culture, suffers even more. And so I'll just share very quickly some thoughts surrounding this powerful theme. And I want to congratulate the team at the CCM in Mandeville for that very efficient team that ensures that everything is on point today. And I'm sure it will be a wonderful conference. And so, colleagues, as we look on the current realities that we face, you know, I couldn't help but remembering one of these nursery rhymes that was done in primary school. And it's one of the worst things that has happened to our male population. Snips and snails and puppy dogs' tails. That's what little boys are made of, according to that old nursery rhyme. As for little girls, sugar and spice and everything nice. That's what little girls are made of. And if you ask me, we are still paying for this kind of culture and philosophy, you know, this kind of thinking that seemed to relegate our male population from the very beginning to less than our females. What are some of the harsh realities that we face today? I'll just touch on some of them and run many others. But our female to male ratio at the university level in Jamaica is 70 to 30. You're talking about over 2 females to every 1 male, a ratio of 7 to 3. In IDB study 2019, it indicated that 90% of homicides, either the victims or the perpetrators, and other serious crimes committed in Jamaica are among males in the 16 to 35 age group. Look at that age group, 16 to 35. Most critical in terms of educational advancement, productivity. And so this is something very serious that we cannot ignore. We have to wrap our minds around. We have to find a solution. And so early childhood institutions and all the volunteers and the practitioners are strategically placed and must be given the kind of support that can impact our young minds at this fundamental level so that we can play a big part in rescuing our male population. Approximately 90%, and you heard me right, 9 out of every 10 households have parenting roles performed by mother and grandmother. In other words, father figures are absent. So they are not in school at the tertiary levels for the most part. They are not in the homes assisting with the upbringing of boys and girls. And so it begs the question, we are there, and I think we all know. Approximately 5,000, look at this one. Approximately 5,000 male teachers are in Jamaica compared to over 19,000 female teachers. This is not something we can just gloss over. the interaction that takes place, the nexus between school, church, and home is so fundamental. Are you still with me?
Yes, we had a bit of a glitch, but continue.
All right, thank you so much. Are you still seeing my screen?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much. Approximately, right. So at this level where mentorship is so critical, we have, look at the percentage of female teachers compared to male teachers. And definitely where our young boys need mentorship, professional role models that can help them to understand their manhood and to be responsible male citizens, we have a serious, serious problem. And so this is something that certainly is not lost on us. And so what happens? If we fail to plan, we are planning to fail. There are more realities, but the truth is, one of the things we must do is to make sure that we have a plan to see how we can actually rescue our boys. Numerous teachers and researchers accept that the accomplishment differences between boys and girls are due to the reality that they learn differently. We have to accept that. They also posit that if teachers differentiate their instruction to facilitate gender differences, then it's highly possible that this gap will diminish. And in my experience, you're looking at our early childhood, our immediate past president of the National Early Childhood Committee there, and together we continue to work to see how we can facilitate improvement at this level. But we must understand that boys learn very differently from girls, and our education system must cater to this reality and ensure that we get our boys more meaningfully engaged in the teaching and learning process. Studies have also shown, like I've said before, more boys are enrolled in kindergarten in comparison to girls. However, fewer boys graduate from high school than girls. And we know what's happening there. They are falling through the cracks. They end up in gangs. They end up on the street corners. And they become, in many instances, unfortunately, a menace to society. And so helping boys to thrive is fundamental, critical to our well-being and development of our nation. So it's critical to analyze what happens in the interim while for this change to take place. The real question is, are our boys failing? Or are we failing our boys? That's something to ponder on. If we look at John Piaget, one of those psychiatrists, the theories encourages hands-on and student-centered environmental approach in early childhood classrooms. This type of environment is very beneficial to our students because student-centered environment caters for growth and development of boys' learning style. If we take a quick look just at 4 of the learning style differences between males and females, boys are more visual and spatial. Girls are more auditory. If we do some cognitive, you drill into the cognitive makeup of males and females, you can confirm it. So even the way we teach in schools, I'm always at pain challenging our teachers to differentiate the instruction, to make it inclusive. Girls tend to love the note taking and to make sure that notes are well organized and you can leaf through their notebooks and everything is well laid out. Boys find it very painful many times just to have a neat notebook and to take notes. They learn very differently. In terms of the multiple intelligences, boys are more kinesthetic and tactile learners, good with their hands. Girls fine with lecture style learning. They just need the content. They will take it from there and know how to apply and also reproduce. Boys do well with routine and structure. Girls prefer variety. Boys are more peer motivated. So that's why boys are also vulnerable to negative influences and to gangs. It's not always positive in terms of the peers, and that's the challenge. Girls tend to be self-teacher, parent motivated. So how can we engage our boys? Just a few tips. I know we need to provide adequate and age-appropriate resources. And that's where we have challenged the Ministry of Education, to have partnerships and to expand in terms of the resources in this sector, to make sure that the resources that we provide, of course, there are many things around the home and in our communities that teachers can pull on, just to make sure that boys are engaged in a practical and meaningful way. But then there are other things in terms of technological resources, other things that cost, that I certainly believe that greater support need to.
Okay. Mr. Gabriel seems to be having some technical challenges on his end. Let's give him a minute and see if his system will recover. All right, I'm going to ask one of our tech people if we can give him a call to see if there's any way we can assist him remotely to resolve his technical issues. But I think his presentation has started us off with the right kind of thinking. We really have to begin by changing the narratives, changing how we speak to and about boys. And it was interesting that Mr. Gabriel started his presentation with that nursery rhyme, which I hope we don't use anymore, or we change it, where it suggests, although puppy dog tails and snails, they're nice things, but they weren't intended to be nice for the boys. I think we have to begin changing the cultural narrative. Sometimes when we talk about boys or we talk about men, all our conversations about men are negative. We really, really have to be very careful about that. Our boys are around, they are listening, they are being empowered by your conversations, introduced to maleness by your conversations. So we have to be careful of the conversations we have about the men in our societies. While we know, when you look at the realities, the homicide, 16 to 35 age group, the ratio of females who go into higher education versus the males in higher education, the absence of men in the homes. We have to look back at fathering, and I know that's going to be coming up soon, where Dr. Ira Roach will speak to that. We have to look at that. We have to look at their early childhood upbringing. We have to look at what happened at their teenage years that created this man that we continue to say is plaguing our society. So we begin to change the narrative, and I hope it begins today. I do hope that at some point we can get back to Mr. Gabriel so he can finish that very interesting presentation, painting. Oh, you are back. Wonderful. I was trying to just pick up on where you left off. So let's see if I did a good job. You continue.
My sincerest apologies. Not sure what's
Not
happening.
Not to worry. We know the technology demons are at work. Keep going.
Yes, and tend to act up when you would definitely be relying. All right, and so we were at just encouraging our boys to facilitate motor activities. They are very excited about motor activities. You can see the spark in their eyes, and we find that they are far more engaged. Focus on independent discovery and self-direction. We have to be very deliberate in allowing our boys to discover things for themselves, and to use their creativity, allow those creative juices to flow. And many times it comes through the competitive games, the resources that we have, and that differentiated kind of instruction that we are encouraged to offer. Combine teamwork and competition. This is very powerful. Teamwork and competition, great for boys. And so let's engage. In kind of summarizing, we want to increase the use of graphics, pictures, and storyboards, literacy-related classes, and assignments. Classroom methodologies should include project-based education, in which the teacher facilitates hands-on kinesthetic learning. Number 3, provide competitive learning opportunities, even while holding boys accountable to cooperative learning frameworks. See how many times this thing about competition comes up? I can tell you, boys I just promise boys that if your performance improves, you get on the football team, and you know what happens right there. They will do anything to facilitate that competition. Include skills training in time, homework, and classroom management. Interact with boys, number 5, during the teaching and learning process. Boys are not naturally inclined to be speaking and answering the questions. And if we are not very alert, girls easily can dominate the classroom spaces and the discussions. And so it's important that we allow boys to take responsibility and to participate in the learning process. Allow freedom in the classroom and teach our boys how to practice self-discipline in their movement. It's also recommended by studies that we group boys only and girls only sometimes. And that's why co-educational institutions are not necessarily the best in many instances. Where we have all males and all females, if you look on the academic results, they tend to be mutually beneficial. And so discussion in core groups, very, very important as well. Skill building for sensitive boys, extremely important as well. Then the whole idea of mentorship, I think that's huge. Mentorship from in the home, mentorship at church, mentorship at school, mentorship in the community. Somebody is mentoring our boys. And if it's not the real parents, somebody else is. And so it's very, very important that mentorship. And so even at the national level, we just formulated a national mentorship program the other day. And it's also part of the plan to see how best we can make sure that the right kind of guidance is offered to our boys. Encourage praise and reward the efforts of our boys. We need to push back against the negative narrative surrounding our males. Appropriate engagement of boys is a guaranteed success. Our boys must be appropriate. Am I back on?
Yes, just keep going.
Okay.
Maybe we should.
All right. And so trying to get back my screen. Right. And so as I seek to bring this to a head, I want to close with the Andre Johnson story. Just to motivate and to remind all of us that it's not lost. And despite the challenges that we currently encounter, despite the grim picture that is painted and the realities that we are up against, there is hope. This is Andre Johnson. This appeared in the Jamaica Beacon in 2019. Just listen to his story a little bit.
Okay, you are still with us. You are still with us. I don't know if you take off your video and focus on your thing, if that might help your connectivity.
I will try that. Although
try that and see if that can help you. Is it a video you're about to play?
No, it's just a Word document.
Okay, all right.
But this is generally good. Not sure what's happening here. The internet speed is good. So, all right. So Andre Johnson recalled having to constantly struggle against poverty and other adversities in Jamaica. He graduated from Hofstra University in the United States with a doctorate in jurisprudence. The 30-year-old native of Decoy in St. Mary graduated May 20. Johnson previously attained a Bachelor of Arts in History from the University of the West Indies, Mona, a Bachelor of Law from UWI Caville, and a Master of Law from Hofstra University. He disclosed that he will now work as a public defender at Knox Community College Law Office in Knoxville, Tennessee. Sounds good. He says, I am the only black male working in the office and one of the 2 black attorneys in that office, Johnson told the Beacon. He, in the meantime, already belted a number of awards and accolades since he has been in the United States. He is, for example, the 2019-20 Gideon's Promise Fellow and the Leon Stern Criminal Courts Bar Association of Nassau Criminal Defense Advocate of the Year. Johnson, who said he intends to give back to his native Jamaica, wants to be an inspiration to his siblings and everyone who has been told they would have amounted to nothing. He says, I want to use my life story to inspire people. At the end of the day, it's not about the number of degrees or letters behind my name. What I want to do is to inspire people to think big and to dream big, he told the Beacon, adding that he's now writing his first book titled Tears of a Black Sheep. This graduate of Charlemont High School in Linstead, St. Catherine, admitted that he cried when he reflected on his journey from his deep rural St. Mary village to the pinnacle of academic success. This is I Cried soliloquy, as posted today in his social media page, reads, yesterday was the culmination of my academic career. I am eternally grateful and indebted to my friends and family members who supported me on the journey. I am an example of what hard work and dedication can achieve. I am not ashamed to say I cried after being conferred with my degree. I cried because my journey, my story, has been one of constantly overcoming adversity and challenges. I cried because statistics dictated that I should not have made it. I want my story to inspire others to believe in themselves and to constantly fight to achieve their dreams. When I started law in 2016, I started on faith. I had no idea how my tuition would be paid, but that is another story for another time. Today, after many years of studying and toiling, I am happy to say I have made it. I am ready to tackle my other challenges. I am excited at what God has in store for me. If I can make it, you can make it too. And he ends by saying, my name is Andre Johnson, and I made it. And he says, please don't call me doctor. I want to remind all of us, our boys can make it. We all have a big role to play as they transition from boys to men. We must play a big mentorship role as we pull the creative juices, the capacities, and pull out the responsibilities that this nation so urgently requires. God bless you and all the best in this 4th ECI annual conference.
Thank you, Jasford Gabriel. Thank you for sharing some of the realities that we face and that we must take into consideration as we plan for our boys in education. And I want us to also reimagine the education system, not just teachers and administrators in the system, but include the community elders, the grandparents, the parents, the cousins, the family line, all who touch the lives of our children in general and our boys in particular have to play their role. Thank you for continuing to remind us to also change the narrative. That word black sheep, we have to take it out of our vocabulary. It usually refers to some boy or man in our family or in society. Let's start changing the narratives. Thank you so much. I know it was a bit of a challenge with your connectivity, but the message was clear and that story was certainly very inspiring. I really liked how it ended. Yeah. My name is, confirming his identity. Thank you so much, Mr. Gabriel.
You're welcome.
We now move on to Dr. Ira Roach, who will speak to us about healthy fathering, strategic fathering for raising boys into men, protecting their emotional life. And this is a nice segue from Mr. Gabriel's presentation on the realities our boys face to speak to one of the most important elements in their upbringing, fathering. Dr. Ira Roach is senior pastor at Temple Refuge Church in the USA, but he has a wonderful video that does a much better job of introducing him than I could.
I'm Dr. Ira Roach, founder and senior pastor of the City of Refuge Church, award-winning actor and certified life coach, trainer, and speaker of the Les Brown Unlimited team. The motivational book entitled Daddy Knows Best, What a Young Man Needs from Dad, is a guide for fathers in the lives of their sons. I want to show absentee fathers that their presence is needed and appreciated in the home. In addition, I want to show sons that there are great fathers, whether biological or adopted, that want to provide a stable environment for them. Showing up is key in the lives of young men. Our 3-hour workshops have been created for all fathers of all ages. With this hands-on approach, the participants gain new skills they can begin to use immediately for positive results and growth. After the workshop, the participants are encouraged to join our private Facebook group to network and share challenges and growth with others in a safe space. Contact me to schedule your organization's Daddy Knows Best workshop to enhance your life by design, because life should always include love, information, fun, energy, and positive emotions. I can be reached at www.driraroach3.com or my email at ira.inspires@gmail.com.
Dr. Ira Roach III, your time.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here again. I'm honored to be here. This is so important to me, and I'm just honored that you are actually taking some time to talk about this. Dr. Miles Monroe said, from the fatherhood principle, God laid men as the foundation of the family, and we need to be careful not to allow any cracks in our character. If you see a crack developing, fix it immediately. Do not let it get any bigger, or the whole structure may collapse. You may think that character lapses affect only you, but they also affect those entrusted to your protection, teaching, and care. Evaluate the current state of your character and take steps to correct what you see. In doing so, you will strengthen your entire family. So today, briefly, I want to talk about healthy fathering, strategic fathering for raising boys into men, protecting their emotional life. The Healthy Fathering Collaborative out of Cleveland, Ohio, defines healthy fathering as plays with his child, reads and interacts with his child, nurtures and financially supports his child, eats well, exercises, and teaches his child nutrition and healthy activities, talks to his child about healthy sexuality, appropriate touch, and healthy relationships, promotes and role models nonviolence and respect for others, is actively involved in his child's education, knows his child's friends and activities, listens to his child, cooperatively parents
with his child's mother and other caregivers, nurtures his own emotional, mental, and physical health, role modeling healthy behaviors for his child, nurtures his own spiritual health, and supports his child's search for spiritual guidance and meaning, nurtures his own emotional, mental, and physical health, role modeling healthy behaviors for his child is something that's very, very important for healthy fathering for our boys. Every dad's goal should be to create a safe and positive environment for his children. The National Parenting Support Commission's National Parent Month is being observed under the theme Positive Parenting Impacting Generations. With regards to protection of a boy's emotional health, a father must prevent adverse childhood experiences. What are adverse childhood experiences? Adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, are potentially traumatic events that occur in childhood 0 to 17 years of age. For example, experiencing violence, abuse, or neglect, witnessing violence in the home or community, having a family member attempt or die by suicide. Also included are aspects of the child's environment that can undermine their sense of safety, stability, and bonding, such as growing up in a household with substance use problems, mental health problems, instability due to parental separation, or household members being in jail or prison. One of the healthiest ways we can help our children as men is to ensure that our children don't grow up with these adverse childhood experiences. Children growing up with toxic stress may have difficulty forming healthy and stable relationships. They may also have unstable work histories as adults and struggle with finances, jobs, and depression throughout life. These effects can also be passed on to their own children. Some children may face further exposure to toxic stress from historical and ongoing traumas due to systematic racism on the impacts of poverty resulting from limited educational and economic opportunities. How can a father prevent adverse childhood experiences for his son? Creating and sustaining stable, nurturing relationships and environments for all children and families can prevent ACEs and help all children, especially boys, reach their full health and life potential. How does that look? I say fatherhood forward, letting go of our own past negative experiences to be able to effectively affirm, validate, and teach our sons about acceptance. It's all about mindset mastery from a dad, a reactive and proactive mindset, also a fixed and growth mindset. In chapter 2 of my book, Daddy Knows Best, a proactive mindset says solve matters before they get out of hand. A reactive mindset says caught off guard by life circumstances. Proactive mindset says study, think, and plan ahead to defend challenges. A reactive mindset says continually dodging life's punches with little ability to defend. Last but not least, a proactive mindset says flexible and adapt well to change. And the reactive mindset says resist change and ignore danger. Change the way you look at things, and the things you look at will change, by Dr. Wayne Dyer. Last but not least, a part of this mindset mastery would be a fixed and growth mindset. A fixed mindset says you want to hide your flaws so you're not judged or labeled a failure. A growth mindset says your flaws are just a to-do list of things to improve. A fixed mindset says you stick with what you know to keep up your confidence. A growth mindset says you keep your confidence by always pushing into the unfamiliar to make sure you're always learning. A fixed mindset, you look inside yourself to find real passion and purpose as if this is a hidden thing. A growth mindset, you commit to mastering valuable skills, regardless of mood. You know, passion and purpose come from doing great work, which comes from expertise and experience. A fixed mindset, which is one of the greatest I know, failure defines you. But the growth mindset says failures are temporary setbacks. These are very important with a mindset, with how to be a healthy father and helping our sons to really grow into healthy, strong men that can help the world. How does this look? How can your boys thrive? Children may also have their own characteristics and experiences that protect them and help them develop resilience despite exposure to ACEs. Resilience is positive adaptation within the context of significant adversity. Resilience is the result of a dynamic set of interactions between a person's adverse experiences and his own or her protective factors. So we talk about these protective factors. These come from environment, caregivers, family members, but more importantly, dads that show their sons this is a safe place to create, to be sustainable, and to grow in love. How can these protective factors be put in place? The protective factors can include the individual biological and developmental characteristics of the child himself, as well as the environmental factors of the family, community, and systems that mitigate the negative impacts of ACEs. Protective factors help explain how some people who have sustained a great deal of adversity as children have fared relatively well in adulthood. Dads have to have a safe, stable, and nurturing environment so they can help their sons thrive. What is parent resilience? Identifying and cultivating a sense of purpose, of faith, culture, and identity is one of the ways of the protective factors that will allow our boys to thrive by developing resilience, even after the ACEs. In closing, chapter 2 of my book, I talk about an experience when I was 5 years old. And my father, I like to say, was one of these protective factors in place. We had a local store that was a little country store. Everyone went to the store. And this one particular morning, my father and I went. We saw the store in disarray. There was things everywhere. The door was open, and this gentleman, his name was Mr. Snyder, he had his house attached to a store. So everyone knew him in the neighborhood. And my father and I went in the store. We saw milk in the floor. We saw some cash registers open. And my father said, "Stay here. I'm going to go around the back and see what's going on." Well, I didn't know. I was 5. I was walking towards the back because I felt like I heard Mr. Snyder moaning. And so I started walking to the back, and I saw blood spots going towards the living room, which was connected to the store. So I was walking, and my dad came back in, of course, and said, "Come on, we have to go." I remember going by the store that evening, and I saw maybe 20 to 30 police cars. And I'm like, "What happened?" And my dad said, "Oh, don't worry about it. Nothing." I said, "Is Mr. Snyder okay?" He said, "Yeah, he's okay." I said, "All right." So it was years later, when I was maybe in the 3rd grade or 4th grade, my father had to go to court. I asked him again, "Well, why are you going to court?" "I have to go testify for someone, but don't you worry about it." Long story short, and speaking of helping our boys thrive and speaking of healthy fathering, my father actually shielded me from finding out what really happened. I didn't understand what happened until I was about 20 years old. And I found out that Mr. Snyder had, in fact, been a part of a cult practice where they went and actually killed him. Some people killed him and mutilated him and left him in his bathroom. And I never knew anything about that tragedy. And my father kept me from it, because had I known that, maybe I would have some issues that I would have growing up because of that ACE. So my father kept me from those things. And that's the kind of father he was. Of course, he wasn't perfect, but he was perfect and teaching me how to teach my sons and keep them away from certain adverse childhood experiences. So thank you for your time today. Again, we can still help our boys thrive. These ACEs are something that travels with our sons. And if we understand how we can get that mindset mastery, we can be greater fathers to help our sons become greater men. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roach. Stick around. I'm sure we're going to have some questions while our team is looking to gather the questions, just to remind some key things in your presentation in terms of fathering, being a role model. Somewhere in there, before you can become a role model, fathers themselves have to be secure in their own identity as males, as men, as husbands, etc. Before they can be the role model they need to be. I see Carlene on screen. Carlene, do we have any questions?
Good, greetings everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, so no, there were no questions. I think maybe Dr. Roach was so good in his presentation. I enjoyed it. What is happening is that the attendees are introducing themselves and sending greetings, you know, Narda looks great, you know, stuff like that, you know. So no questions yet, but I'll keep checking, and if any come up, then I'll let you know.
Thank you so much. And please welcome Carlene Lagi. She's from the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, and she's kindly monitoring the questions coming from our audience, who I suspect some of them are just joining us, but a very important presentation from Dr. Ira Roach. And we are really happy to have you back. And anytime we have to talk about fathers, you know, you are one of our point persons, but you made some important points. You talked about fathers creating that safe space, a safe environment to protect from early childhood trauma as best as you can. And as we teach our boys, sometimes I think we forget to focus on their emotional health. Sometimes we're so busy trying to get them to behave, to sit down, to stop chatting and move in, and you know, we want to just clip their energy a bit. We forget their emotional health.
Yes,
and interesting term, mindset mastery, you know, mastering all those negative things that we absorb, being called black sheep, being called whatless. We use that a lot in the Caribbean. You're just like your papa. You know, you're gonna amount to nothing. So we have to begin changing the narrative and being very delicate with the emotional health of our boys. Thank you so much, Dr. Roach. Thank you for sharing. And I know your book, as you said, it's available, and we have your contact information. So I'm hoping that some of the fathers and uncles and cousins and whoever in the audience listening to us today make use of the text by Dr. Roach that gives you some more insight into fathering and some of the things to pay attention to as male teacher, even as female teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Carlene, is anything else while we were chatting?
Get off mute. No, there was nothing. Okay, but some of the, you know, just a quick mention of some of the introductions, the schools that are represented. Let me just give you a few. We have the. Can you hear me?
I lost you for half a second, so tell me.
I was saying that I would just give you a quick rundown.
Some of the schools, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, you know, we have Nagohead Infant School is with us. We have Beulah All Age. We have Jacks Hill Primary. We have the Catholic Diocese of Mandeville is with us. And Fraser Early Childhood Institution, Our Lady of Hope Early Childhood, and Cascade Primary and Infant. That's just a few.
Thank you so much, and welcome to all the schools, all the teachers, all the parents, all the friends and supporters of the Catholic College and of the schools. Thank you for joining us in this, our fourth annual Early Childhood Conference, as we focus today on boys and nurturing them towards manhood. Early childhood education, no small matters. As a matter of fact, it's a big deal. So we are having conversations today on helping our boys to thrive. And we just had our second presentation for the morning by Dr. Ira Roach, Senior Pastor, Temple Refuge Church of the USA, on healthy fathering and giving us some tips on protecting their emotional life. Our next presenter is Dr. Christopher Clark, no stranger to the Catholic College of Mandeville, and I think no stranger to education. Dr. Clark was formerly the principal of Shortwood Teachers College, where he served for 32 years. He's currently the principal of Midland Bible Institute. Dr. Clark majored in early childhood and higher education at the doctoral level with a dissertation focus on gender identity of 10-year-old Jamaican boys. Dr. Clark is a lifelong learner, and his continuing studies took him across the world, and his focus continued on curriculum in early childhood education, gender in education, teacher development in higher education, and leadership. His research interests include teacher development and males in education. With several important publications under his belt, and serving in consultation capacities in early childhood curriculum development across the Caribbean, Dr. Clark received the Prime Minister's Medal of Appreciation for service in education in 2019. He has been a facilitator in the Master of Education program offered at the college in collaboration with St. Mary's University of Minnesota since its inception in 2008. To explore the question, do early childhood programs cater more to girls than boys? Developing equity in the early childhood learning space. Please welcome Dr. Christopher Clark.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello, Dr. Clark. Nice to see you.
How are you? I am excited to be among family. Whenever the early childhood community meets, I feel that I am at home, albeit I can't see many of the most of the participants. Good morning to our moderator, my coordinator in another space. I want to greet the leadership of the Catholic College of Mandeville as well. I see Dr. David Smith here. I also want to greet and Dr. Marcia Chin. I also want to greet the leadership and representative of JDTAN present with us, to greet my fellow presenters, the conference attendees. Please allow me to send a special shout out to Sister Una, the ever-present Sister Una. Good to have you with us, Sister Una. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. And moderator, I crave your indulgence for a while. Earlier this year, Jamaica lost an early childhood stalwart, a champion in the person of Dr. Rose Davies. And I'd like to, this is the first conference. In fact, the Catholic College of Mandeville must be the only institution that is having an annual early childhood conference, for which I'd really like to commend them. Well done, Mrs. Gray. Keep it up, keep it up. Yeah, so go back to Dr. Rose Davies. This is the first conference since her passing. And so I'd like to pay tribute to her, if you'll allow me. And I'd like to donate 1 minute of my time, the 15 minutes for the presentation, and ask for a minute or a moment of silence in remembrance of this great mentor and advocate for early childhood education. If I have your permission, then moderator, would you kindly just tell us when it's when that time is up?
Will do.
Thank you.
Time.
May her soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine upon her. Rose was my mentor when I came in, one of my mentors. I'd like to describe her as a womentor. She really guided me. One of the women who did guided me. So I think we are better off for her participation and her leadership in early childhood. And we are the poorer for her passing. Thank you. So working with the topic, I have been asked to share on. I'd like to do 3 things. One, to share with you some facts about boys. I noticed that our keynote speaker already mentioned some of these, so that's very good. It's confirmation. Then I'd like to just look briefly at the situation in our early childhood programs, and then in the time allowed, suggest something that we might do going forward as we seek to help boys to thrive, as we seek to achieve equity in the learning, in the early childhood learning space. So please come with me. Jasper Gabriel must have been looking in my notes because he shared this very nursery rhyme, which I've used many times before. And every time I use it, the women in the audience chuckle and the men look sad. I'm not seeing any faces to know who, except I'm seeing Mrs. Gray right now, and she did give a smile when she saw it on the screen. Yes. You know, little boys are made of snails and snips and snails, puppy dogs' tails. I don't care how much Joan Belfont tried to sanitize that. Puppy dogs' tails and snails and snips, they're not positive things, but according to this nursery rhyme, that's what little boys are made of. And then little girls are made of all the wonderful things, sugar and spice and everything nice. And you know, if we follow the thinking behind this nursery rhyme, we could well say that boys enter the world at a disadvantage. They are already at a disadvantage. I wonder if they are. Let's look at some actual facts about boys, and these are all Jamaican boys we're talking about, not, we're not generalizing or pulling from, these are stats for Jamaica. All right. So we have boys in the age group birth to 4 making up about just over 3% of the population. Girls 3.1. I want to just if there's anyone here who has this notion about it's 7 women to 1 man, that is not true. The population is much closer than that in terms of male female. All right, you see the results here for boys in the population, boys and girls. All right, in the 5 to 9 year age group, it's 3.6 for the boys, 3.4. So there are few more boys than there are girls. The gross enrollment ratio for boys is 98.8%. What do we mean by the gross enrollment ratio? It is that percentage of the cohort of boys who are enrolled in school. All right. So sometimes it can even go over 100, depending on if you have late entrants or if you have people repeating. All right. So for boys, it's very healthy. And so it is for girls. But boys, you will notice, have a higher enrollment rate at the early childhood level. As they move up to the primary, it remains so. But once they get to upper primary and into secondary, we begin to see the dropout for boys increasing, and sometimes increase very, very rapidly. More boys in Jamaica than there are girls have a physical or a learning disability. Yes? There are 4 times as many autistic boys in Jamaica than there are girls with autism. 3 times as many boys are diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, than girls. And boys are 3 to 4 times more likely than girls to have a reading disability placement. I used to just go to a school and be able to spot the what we used to call the remedial class, you know. Mrs. Gray, you just need to go there. Once you see a class that is dominated in numbers by boys, you can almost bet that this is going to be a remedial class. Yeah. These are alarming stats in terms of boys, but also girls. But in terms of the special needs, the boys are the ones who have the greater need. Bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. Okay. And I'm not sure why I'm not seeing that all of my screen. It is now a scientific fact, says Professor Maureen Sams-Vaughan, that the pattern of violent and aggressive behavior in adolescents and adults can be traced back to the behavior and social problems in early childhood. Did you hear that? This is Professor Maureen Sams-Vaughan, an expert in the field of child study and child development. And she's telling us that when we look at what is happening in adults and in adolescents, we can trace it right back. I think the representative of the Chase Fund alluded to that too in her presentation. It's all over the literature. And so something to bear in mind, Yes. So those are some facts about boys. But look at what we have signed on to as a country. As a country, Jamaica has signed on to the United Nations SDGs, all right? And goal number 4, critical for education, goal number 4 seeks to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all by 2030. By 2030, we should be able to say in Jamaica that we have inclusive and equitable quality education. Those are your three keywords: inclusive, equitable, and quality. Yes. Did you know that the Charter of Rights, part of our Constitution, the Charter of Rights guarantees every pre-primary and primary school age child an education? We need to press our government to we need to press our government to provide that for all our children. Yeah. Dr. Polly Bowes Howell, haven't seen Dr. Polly in a while. I trust that she's doing well, but she's a voice for early childhood. She's been a voice for special needs, which is her specialist area as well for years. A real loudmouth for boys, for early childhood education, and for special needs education. And she's making up a cry. You know, she says we need to bring our boys in. We need more male teachers from the early childhood level to begin to nurture our boys. Talented boys are hungry for nurture and direction, says Dr. Polly. So I turn now to look at the situation in our early childhood programs. Look at it briefly. I'm not pretending to be looking at every corner, but we know as a fact that early childhood education is a preponderance of women as teachers. Statin reports that of the 1,306 teachers in EC in 2018, only 86 were males, representing just over 6% of the total number of teachers. So we're talking about just over 93% of the teachers in early childhood as women. And praise God for those women who put their hands up and say, I will go, I will answer the call to teach the nation's children. That is not a statement about the efficacy of women. It's just a reality which I'm pointing out, and a gap which I'm pointing out. As you go to primary, by the way, that number of men, the number of males will increase, and as you go to secondary, so the further up the ladder you go, you find more males. And of course at university, it's not unusual to see many more males, all right? But there we are at the early childhood level. I'm glad that I heard that there are some schools on board, and I want to throw the question to them. What is in your dress-up center or your dress-up corner? I don't like the idea of corner, because corner suggests such a limited space. I like center, you know. It's for me, that's more educational. Corner is something you get in football, and you see where the little spot where they have to put the ball? Yeah, it's confining. What do you have in your dramatic play center for boys? Just look back right now. I have done that kind of observation, and it is woefully lacking. And let's face it, women are teachers, and so they bring, just unless they're being very intentional, because I don't think they set out to just deprive boys. They just bring what they have, and they seem to have far more things for women, for girls, than they have for boys. And so when you look in the dramatic play center, you're not going to see many things, all right? I'm not saying that there aren't exceptions, so don't accepting that there can be exceptions, but generally speaking, that is what I have observed, all right? Some early childhood facilities are in cramped spaces, really cramped. Very little or no room for playground. And as we heard from Jasper Gabriel earlier, boys like big spaces. Boys like to take risks. They love rough and tumble play. They'll make lots of noise, and they enjoy messing around. Water and sticks and mud and sand. You know, they're as men, as boys, we are spontaneous, we're impulsive, we love fun, we like to make mistakes, we even pranks. And so schools which are not ready for these things end up even expelling boys. Can you imagine boys being expelled from a basic school? Yes, up to yesterday, I heard one of my radio announcers telling his listeners that he was expelled from kindergarten. Wow. Yeah. And so we have this academic focus in our preschools nowadays. And so school readiness takes on the meaning of the children coming ready for school, not the school ready for them and who they are. So there's a heavy focus on assessment, on classroom management, as opposed to well-equipped playgrounds, indoor gross motor. So, boys like motor activities, but it's gross, big muscle, They want to use up those big movements. They like projects which end up, yes, with a product. And they love outdoors, a variety of field trips, some of the things that boys love. Just touching on a couple areas. And so let's look at what we could be doing going forward. I want to suggest that we need to shift the overall focus of our early childhood curricula and the activities we do to hands-on experiences. We talk hands-on, but we don't do hands-on. We need to look at more whole body physical activities, both inside and outside, So we cater to whole child learning. We need to make developmentally appropriate mean what it says and what it should mean. So we need to return play to the center of the curriculum. We talk it, we teach it in college, but we're not practicing it. There are schools as we speak that have cut out recess, break time for children. They've removed it from their timetables. Some teachers, they stay inside and they have to buy what they need from the teacher and remain inside, sit down and eat. And so the children miss out on that, boys included. My other one is that we need to increase the number of men in our early childhood programs, which is one of those long-term systemic challenges which require increasing the number of fathers. When I talk about increasing the number of men, I'm not restricting it to full-time employees called male teachers. I'm not restricting it to male teachers. I'm talking about bringing in fathers from time to time, bringing in grandfathers, bringing in older brothers, community volunteers, so that boys can see somebody who looks like them, an older version of themselves in our programs, And it's also going to require a shift in the thinking and how we view men, because we don't see men as nurturing. We don't see men as supportive, which is why we have that stigma on men who teach, who work with young children. We have that stigma attached to them. And we're very suspicious. We're very suspicious of the men who work with young children. Yeah, and yet we want role models for our boys, but they must not be in our centers. They must not be in our educational institution. Yeah. Going forward, I suggest that we make sure we provide a woodwork center in our classroom. Let's redesign, reorganize, rethink the dramatic play areas. Let's stop talking about housekeeping. Remove our housekeeping center from our classroom, right? Let's just call it dramatic play, all right? And therefore we need such things as hard hats, tools, you name it, police uniforms, sports hats, uniform. Books also need to include heroes. Teachers listening to me, we need a variety of books. Let boys help you to choose some of the books that you include in your classroom so that they can see themselves. And it's through their interest that you are going to be able to teach them through their interest. And what they're interested in, they want to see in books. And as they do that, they develop an interest in reading. Please help our boys. The number one challenge, cognitive challenge, academic challenge, intellectual challenge facing our young boys today is their inability to read. And I don't think that teachers are doing enough. I'm not beating up on teachers, God knows, but I don't think we, as a system, we're doing enough to help our boys read, okay? I think we also need to look at the natural differences, the variability of the development of young children. You know, there's a tendency to view average developmental trends as milestones. So we say by age 4, they should be doing, their fine motor skills should be developed. They should be able to thread a needle. They should be able to color within the margin and all those things. But we are not remembering that that's the middle that we're teaching to. There are ends, right? So there are those who are behind and there are those who are ahead. Unfortunately, those extremes often get ignored, right? So, and in fact, sometimes we penalize, which is why sometimes we find boys to be so troublesome because they're ahead of us. What we're doing sometimes is not capturing their interest. It's not capturing their attention. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we need to, before we start referring and start screening, we need to do use a variety of approaches to teach and try to get through to our children, both girls and boys, because girls benefit from all these things that we're talking about for boys. Girls benefit from them too. So it's not seclusion, but there needs to be, when there needs to be, then we should differentiate activities. We should use the different learning styles to get to children. We're still doing one size fits all. This is the way I teach, and this is the way you are going to learn. Let us remember that there are different ways in which our children learn, boys and girls, okay? I want to suggest, and I've been suggesting it for a while. I know while I was in the place where I could have done it, we made an attempt. It did not get to the level it should have got to, but I'm still echoing that call for a course in gender in early childhood education for our early childhood and primary teachers. We need to help them to be more than just being aware. We need to be able to help them to cope with boys. I end with this quote from the Dakar Framework for Action, which says, starting from early childhood and through life, the learners of the 21st century will require access to high quality educational opportunities that are responsive to their needs, opportunities that are equitable and gender sensitive. The right to education imposes upon our countries to ensure that all citizens, including boys, that they have opportunities to meet their basic learning needs. End of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention, and I will try to answer your questions as best I can.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clark. I hope we can get access to your presentation. There's such a wealth of information in there for everybody who's in education, but more specifically, those in early childhood education. While we are gathering the question, just to reinforce or remind and pick up on some of the things you said. Those 3 words, inclusive, equitable, quality. I think I want everybody in the audience to really write that down, because when you're doing your fancy papers and your reports, you know, and your presentations, those words come up a lot. Are you living it in the schools though? Kind of do a kind of survey of yourself. Is your education in early childhood classroom, is it inclusive? Is it equitable? Are you truly providing quality education? And I mean quality in terms of what the children in front of you need.
Right.
Because sometimes we prepare our classrooms long before we meet the kids. We have all these fancy things in it, but we don't know if they like it, if they want it. They have had no voice in our selection. So reflect on what you're doing, reflect on how you're delivering your education. Is your school ready for the young child?
Yes.
Yeah? Is your school ready for the young child? There are some terms that still have stigma. Remedial.
Mhm.
When you go to the schools or if you're chatting with students and you hear one student, Miss, he in remedial class, and everybody starts to laugh because it has a stigma. And even special education, I know it happens with me and my scouts. I have one boy who is in special ed, and every time it comes up, the others laugh. And I've spent a long time trying to change that narrative and that response, because remedial and special ed must mean something other than they're slow or they're
Yes.
falling behind.
Yes.
You know, it has to mean something different. So let's continue to change the narrative. Do we have any questions for Dr. Clark?
There are no questions, but there are some comments that I wish to share from Mrs. Gray. Great move, Dr. Clark, in honoring Dr. Rose Davis with that moment of silence. She was indeed a warm, gentle, and intelligent advocate in the early childhood landscape. And I must say, excellent presentation, Dr. Clark. And you have zeroed in on some very important points that needs to be welcome and brought to light and begin to see focus in those very special areas. Mrs. Gray also commented, listen, Marcella Taylor says, children need their me time, against the fact that you're talking about break time, and this needs to happen so that children can be active. So these are some of the comments that are, let me add also Mrs. Gray's second comment. So true, Dr. Clark, female teachers do need to ensure that materials provided that are boys friendly. So these are currently what I'm seeing here in the YouTube chat. So, and Kissy Barrett is indeed commending you as well, that it was an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
So that's it for the chat for a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. White. And I know Kizzy Barrett. Kizzy Barrett is principal of the basic school that is next door to Our Lady of Hope Basic School. She just graduated from the early childhood program. Enough respect, Ms. Barrett, adding to your qualifications as you help to nurture our boys and girls in early childhood. Audience members, I'm really encouraging you, take notes. Don't wait until Dr. Clark leaves to say, I should have asked him certain questions. We really want you to reflect and to take away from these presentations things that you can turn into action, so that, remember the prayer this morning, so that our efforts can bear fruit. Dr. Clark, let me thank you on behalf of the college team, on behalf of JDTAN, on behalf of all the educators for your presentation in this early childhood conference this morning.
Thank you.
Continue your lifelong learning and continue helping us to move forward as we should in our education efforts. Thanks again, Dr. Clark.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Okay, we are moving quite swiftly in our day one of the 4th annual Early Childhood Conference. If you're just joining us, we just had a presentation by Dr. Christopher Clark, who is currently the principal of the Midland Bible Institute. A very, very, not just interesting, but a presentation packed with food for thought, with information, with tips, with things that we need to reflect on. Prior to that, we heard from Dr. Ira Roach talking about fathering. And before that, we had Jasper Gabriel speaking to the theme, Boys to Men, Early Childhood Education, No Small Matter, Helping Boys to Thrive. We move now to a presentation by Dr. Hickswell Douglas. Diagnosed at an early age with a visual impairment, he attended regular school and failed all examinations. Due to an intervention by the Salvation Army School for the Blind, Douglas Hickswell moved on to be a trained teacher, earned an undergraduate degree in education, a graduate degree in human resource development, followed by a PhD in family literacy education. Douglas excelled at his studies, earning the role of valedictorian twice and receiving numerous awards and scholarships. He's a Toastmaster champion for Jamaica and the Caribbean with the Toastmasters International Organization, a professional motivational speaker, educator, counselor, and storyteller. To explore the topic, Men in Early Childhood, strategies to increase and retain male teachers, intergenerational male mentors and volunteers in the early childhood environment, and a success story himself, please welcome Dr. Douglas Hickswell.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. With the protocol already established for the conference, allow me your permission to acknowledge the same. Let me begin by thanking you all for the invitation and to participate here in this conference today. It is impossible, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about males in early childhood education without making mention of the veteran pioneer educator, D.R.B. Grant. As a tribute to him for his outstanding work in the field, a center is named in his honor at the University of the West Indies, and I know of a basic school in St. James, which is also named after him. Interestingly enough, Dudley Grant recruited me so many years ago to work in the early childhood sector when I did National Youth Service in 1974. At that time, he saw the need to increase the male presence in the early childhood sector. This was truly an intergenerational effort, a visionary one on his part. Many ministers of education over the years have advocated that early childhood education should be treated as a priority. But the question is, how many have sought to increase and retain males in the sector? In order to deepen his understanding of the sector, however, the former minister, Reverend Ronnie Thwaites, visited an early childhood facility. When he got there, he saw a group of boys playing on the floor, a few drawing. So trying to be at their level, he went down on the floor and started questioning them. One of the little boys handed him a crayon and said, "Sir, draw a donkey." With his best effort, he couldn't even draw a stickman donkey. And one little boy piped up at him and said, "Hey, the old man can't draw a donkey." This is a view from the mouth of babes and sucklings. As a man, the children probably didn't think that he belonged in that setting at all. And so many other people have that belief. The question, though, is what of the background of early childhood education and male involvement as we navigate our way around it today? The evolution of early childhood education in Jamaica and elsewhere provides a context for us to understand the issues regarding the presence or the absence of males in the sector. Across the world, worldwide though, women have dominated the whole business of child development and child care due to public confidence in women as being more nurturing than us men. This belief has served as a barrier to some men, however, who want to pursue early childhood education, but they find that it is not so comfortable to gain entry. Today, we see that the field is still dominated by a lot of caring women and regarded as a female domain. Is it any wonder, therefore, that the field tends to be a no man's land? The gravity of the problem can be seen in a lot of statistics around the world. The US Bureau of Labor Statistics 2016 shows that 21.5% of middle school and elementary school teachers were males, and 2.5% of preschool and kindergarten children were males. When we look at Jamaica from the Early Childhood Commission, we see we have some 367 males from a population of approximately 6,900 early childhood teachers. And that works out to about 4 to 5% of male teachers in the sector, although we can't find them, look as we may. Given these alarming statistics, the question to be answered, ladies and gentlemen, is how can we increase and maintain male early childhood teachers in the sector? As we contemplate this question, it is important to note that we have a serious male absence problem, a problem that requires a transformational manpower solution. Some words of wisdom could help us in this process. Tony Robbins states, identify your problems, but give your power and energy to the solution. That's what we want to do today. If we define the problem correctly, we almost have the solution. Simply put, before we can consider solutions to our male early childhood teachers in the sector, we must identify and define the current problems correctly. What are some of the common barriers that we may want to think about to male involvement in the sector? These include, but not limited to, perceptions of teaching as women's work, concerns about potential claims of child abuse, a serious one, low salary, low social status, poor compensation, feelings of isolation by the men, and uncomfortable and unhealthy bouts of stigmatization. Stigmatization, what are we talking about here? When male educators attempt to express affection with young children, scrutiny and suspicion and all kinds of allegations arise. And these things often put their reputation and their jobs at risk. There are these degrees of suspicion and allegations that sometimes lead to thoughts of abuse, pedophilia, and improper touching, among many others. Here are some voices from the field that are screaming out, trying to help us understand the depth of this problem. There is a thing that says from a male in the early childhood sector, bathroom caution. A participant in a study recalled being advised by his first supervisor, you're good with the kids, but to protect yourself, just make sure that if somebody wants to use the bathroom or needs changing, to call somebody for help, or make sure that somebody is there with you. Now, just think about the level of stigmatization built into that case. Another voice from the field cries out, there is too much curiosity and suspicion. Another male early childhood teacher, Dave, had this experience. While making small talk at a family wedding, he was asked his profession and mentioned that he was a teacher of kindergarten. His questioner nearly choked on her champagne. She paused as if to ensure that she had not heard his answer correctly, and then bluntly asked, why would a man want to teach young children? A terrible case of stigmatization again. More voices from the field. Let's look at the Jamaican stereotyping experience. In talking with Danny, a 6'3" tall, grade 2 male teacher, he said, one of my fellow male teachers said that he doesn't believe in males teaching infants. Those in lower grades teaching infants look too fenke. He went on to say, lower school is not for men. Look how you're big and tall. You should be in upper school. This kind of negative perception, and about the male teacher, Danny explained, causes him not to go to the bathroom or anywhere near the bathroom with a child. If in the classroom with one child, he says, I make sure that the door and the windows are wide open to prevent unfounded doubt and suspicion in the minds of onlookers. He further explained, some persons treat male early childhood professionals with a lot of curiosity. They want to understand the intrinsic and extrinsic factors that cause men to want to teach in early childhood education. Simply put, if you're a man teaching young children, you are considered to be a pedophile, a weirdo, a pervert, or something negative. Now, can we understand the extent of the problem of stigmatization on our men and why we don't have a lot of us in that sector? But there are solutions to this problem. And the solutions, that's where we are interested in. We have to battle stigma, suspicion, and fear. To do this, we have to conduct sensitization sessions to address the various biases of administrators, colleagues, and parents. And we have to tackle the administrators and the colleagues first, because if they change their perceptions, they will be able to help the male teachers to deal with the problems more appropriately. We have to reach out to stakeholders to help them understand the role of stakeholders as nurturers, as positive influences, and as professionals. We need to highlight the positive roles of male teachers in filling the gaps created by a lot of our absentee fathers. We need to focus attention on understanding the social, psychological, and professional pressures faced by our male teachers in the early childhood sector. And so we have to conduct media blitz just to ensure that members of the public get a clear picture of what the role of these male teachers are. And I want to submit that the Early Childhood Commission and the Ministry of Education need to play a major role in that. In addition, we have to develop school policies regarding the patterns of interactions with male teachers and to encourage male teachers to set their own personal standards and guidelines in regards to close interactions with children. We have to promote fathers doing nurturing roles in the public domain and in the schools so that people get a different perception of the males. And then we have to advocate for the provision of more caregivers in our early childhood centers and schools so that males do not have to come in contact with issues having to do with changing children who get wet and then become labeled and stigmatized in various ways and from various quarters, sometimes even including colleagues at school. Another big problem faced by the males is that of isolation. The inability to have meaningful discussion and feedback about dilemmas of practice that they encounter in the field. In talking with John, a grade 1 male teacher, he lamented, "I don't have any other male to discuss matters with. Matters dealing with personal difficulties that affect me as a grade 1 male teacher. Matters such as, what do I do when I have a young child wanting to come and sit in my lap? How do I handle a crying child who wants to hug me as a teacher? How to deal with a parent who is uncomfortable and very suspicious about having a grade 1 teacher teaching a female child or a male child? How do I manage the expectation that male teachers should do all the manual labor around the school? And wow, how to deal with female teachers who dominate the classroom, who want to have a little girl talk, which they don't want you to hear and which make you very uncomfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some serious issues that create problems of isolation for the males in the classroom. But there are solutions too for this pattern of isolation. We have to form networks of support that can help our male teachers to identify, to discuss, and to clarify a lot of the issues that they face. Just imagine how this could be done on social media using WhatsApp and Facebook and Twitter, where the males can have a platform in which to talk and to express and to share. We're talking about engagement of male mentors where possible, few though they may be. But if we can find a few to coach and to guide those who are in the profession, that could be very helpful. But we can do that if we have a scarcity. We can develop some videos with male mentors so that they can guide and encourage and support the male teachers in there. So let us develop some videos and have those circulated to our male teachers. We can also establish a kind of a mentoring hotline that can help to clarify things that come up in the dilemmas of practice. And then we can always have a range of professional development seminars to empower administrators and the male educators with the knowledge and the skills to manage feelings of isolation, rejection, and the various dilemmas that are faced. And then some intentional support can be provided in different circumstances in which, these supports dealing with bias and isolation. And we learn to display empathy and support and encouragement so that our males feel that their service is valued. Then we also think that there is need for clear policies, to protect the children, but also to protect our males in the system. Our male educators need to feel supported and they need to feel protected. And if they feel supported and protected, more will enter the field and more will remain in the field. Wow, we come to the big thorny issue now of compensation. And by the way, the PowerPoint will be uploaded after I'm finished. So here we are talking about compensation. Low salaries, inadequate incentives, and poor benefits result in very few men remaining in the sector. Imagine a male early childhood teacher with a family to support. Garth, a basic school teacher, explains, how on earth can I maintain a family, pay a mortgage, pay car rent, student loans, health insurance, pay different kinds of utility bills, buy food on a small, meager salary? Sometimes I feel seriously inadequate as a father, as a husband, and as a man. Poor Garth. So here we are. We're going to have to find some compensation solutions for Garth and for all the other men in the early childhood sector. We're going to have to advocate for improved salaries, workplace incentives, and housing benefits. Advocacy is the main tool that has created change in our country and in many sectors. Advocacy created change in special education. Advocacy has created change in the whole entire education system. And in terms of housing benefits, if a man is a trained teacher and getting a very meager salary, just as how, for example, ladies and gentlemen, we have preferential treatment, lower interest rates for persons with disabilities in the sector. In the same way, we could extend a benefit like that to our early childhood male teachers. Can you imagine how many men would want to come into the sector? We can give scholarships, loan programs, promotion to senior teacher and master teacher posts in the early childhood sector. Why should trained teachers in the early childhood sector not benefit as in the case of other people in the sector? That can't be fair. We are saying that you have to advocate to the ministry to do this. Develop policies to create equity in the remuneration of early childhood teachers, similar to that paid to trained teachers in infant departments. This is a serious area of discrimination. And if our male teachers who are trained in the system were to be given the proper salary, more would remain in the sector. This will help this would also help to build the image and the status of the profession and make our males feel better. There, we have heard various talk about different kinds of privileges and incentives given to teachers in mainstream schools. Teachers of maths and science and technology and so on. I am saying that the same could be done to attract and retain males in the early childhood sector. Give preferential treatment to the males. And that is so, especially if we appreciate the value of the males in the system. There are some general recruitment strategies that we should probably want to think about. We need to go do more targeted recruitment of men. The Early Childhood Commission can help in this. They can reach out to local schools, in career fairs, and to colleges, and speak with young men about the rewards of working with the early childhood sector. Can you imagine those youngsters who are good at animation, technology, craft, music, sports, and so on? They would develop a sense of fulfillment and motivation as they deliver and watch the joy and the thrill of the children as they learn. We need to start sharing some positive stories and testimonials about persons who work in the sector, and we need to package those and share them. We have to recruit young males, not just as individuals, but we can recruit them in groups so that they feel support. That will provide the network of support that they need. Can you imagine if we were to recruit people from the NYS program, the CAP program, from Work Experience Initiative, from Community Service Initiatives? These kinds of initiatives can serve as a pool to supply people to get into the early childhood sector, and many of them may like it, just as when I went into it at first and did 2 years of National Youth Service and 1 year working at the Salvation Army in the infant department. I got a lot of thrill and joy from doing that. Government has to promote the training and the employment of males in the early childhood sector. Government has a responsibility for that. Is it any wonder that so many of our young boys are dysfunctional today? We need to create more gender balance in the schools. And if the government takes on that role and the Early Childhood Commission, that would be a great asset. As teacher trainers play a very important role in this too. They have to establish male mentorship programs in high schools. Every single teacher training college should have a mentorship program in some high schools in which we are targeting the males
and causing them to understand the value and the beauty and the importance of their service. Colleges must collaborate with career programs in all high schools and see how best we can direct the minds of some of the boys towards early childhood education. Then we can also take volunteers from all the colleges and the high schools and the universities and focus them into early childhood facilities to give their community service there and to do their work experience. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come down, we're going to realize that there are a number of additional strategies, a number of them that have come out of research. Martino et al. Have suggested the following: that we need to advertise to increase the number of males applying for teachers' colleges, create employer of choice status for some of these males, make sure that we have a balance of male teachers in the early childhood facilities, increase the job satisfaction of male teachers, improve the working condition, and establish a culture that values and acknowledges the needs and the importance of male teachers. Additional strategies. Cunningham and Watson advise that recruitment policies, vision, and mission statements should focus on active employment of men to ensure staff diversity. We have to conduct staff development session on gender issues in the workplace to encourage all staff to put aside their preconceived notion and biases about gender issues. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I am saying at this point that manpower is needed. If we want men to join and serve in the early childhood sector, we must confront the pressures that inhibit male educators in the classroom. Let us start, therefore, to man up for male early childhood teachers. And as we man up for male early childhood teachers, we're going to find that a lot of our men are going to have to be singing the working man's prayer, so that as they sing the working man's prayer, they can also start saying, teacher, teacher, beg you ring the bell, not just for the children, but ring the bell for males in the early childhood sector. Tina Fey concludes and says to us, whatever the problem, we must be a part of the solution. Don't just sit around raising questions and pointing out obstacles. Be a part of the solution. I am proud to have been an early childhood practitioner for a number of years. Out of that experience, it forced me to decide that, yeah, I love teaching. And as such, I went and got trained at Sam Sharp Teachers College. Since then, I have met upon a glass ceiling, which is a big problem for some of us men when we start out in the early childhood sector. Because of the low salaries and the poor, low status of the job, we tend to move up the ranks. And as a result of that, I moved up the ranks to be a primary school teacher, a primary school counselor, and then I moved up and did human resource development, and then did family literacy at the PhD level. But I am saying, I am one such person, ready and willing once again to become a mentor and a volunteer to break the intergenerational gap and bring more males into the sector. Thanks for listening. And as I promised, I will upload the PowerPoint afterwards. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Hickswell. A powerful presentation with so much food for thought. And you have given us a lot of topics for future early childhood conferences. There's so many conversations to be had. And I think the one on early childhood male teachers is a separate conversation in and of itself.
Yes.
You talked about stigmatization, and I know that's a big thing because there is also the reality of some of the things that take place in schools and other institutions and activities where we have children. But I found myself writing, what kind of support can we provide for the male teachers in early childhood to deter some of that stigmatization that follows them even when they're being good, good citizens, they're fathering, they're mentoring, they're doing everything right. But the suspicion, the suspicion is there. What can we do to support? So there are some questions we have as policymakers and teachers and whomever involved in this process to consider, to come up with. I like your term for the conversation: transformational manpower solutions.
Yes.
What kind of solutions can we come up with to transform the existing environment in which we operate? And again, change the narrative,
Yes.
Fathers in schools, and I want to come to that because I saw on Facebook this story about a school in the US, mainly black population. They were having fights among the boys every week, fights, and a group of fathers within the community decide they are going to school every day and they are going to be on the compound. And since that, there has been calm in the school. And when they interview the students are so happy to have them. Like if they're landing in the corridors, the fathers will send them to their class. And the students say, well, when they talk to us, we have no choice. We go into class because, we want to respect their presence. So the idea of fathers of males in schools is really critical to our processes, our development. So I want to thank Dr. Hickswell and hear if there are any questions. I saw Dr. Clark being very invigorated by your discussion. Any comments?
As always, when he speaks.
Yes. So we open for questions and comments. Carleen?
Yes. If everyone will allow, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
If everyone will allow me the liberty of saying, greetings, Dr. Hickswell. You may not remember me. You are part of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force first summit in Kingston.
Wow.
Yes.
So good to see you, and what a presentation. Okay, let me start with my job at hand. Marcella Taylor asks, why is it so difficult for males to get in the education system, especially in early childhood? And she had asked this question before you went on to that part where you're giving us a story of men teaching early childhood children.
Yes.
Right? Doreen Brown says, she's from the Annunciation, ECI, and Brain Builder Center. She says, good morning, Dr. Hickswell. Then we have Eileen Wind, who thinks that the presentation was excellent. She thoroughly enjoyed it. And, Narda asked this question. She's curious, Dr. Hickswell.
Yes.
Formed an inspirational speech, she agrees, but how did you navigate the early childhood landscape with the disability you faced? I think you answered part of that.
Yes.
But perhaps he might want to elaborate a little.
Yes. When I went into the early childhood sector, at that point, I was experiencing very serious low vision issues. And so I had to develop a number of strategies to get around it. In my early childhood workshops, I found an avenue in which children could learn a lot using art and craft and music. And what I did was to indulge in massive craft work. Now, it's interesting that although you may not be seen, but you're able, through touch, to design, to do cut shapes, to make from juice boxes and bottle caps and straws and fudge sticks. And so I found my niche in making tons of teaching aids and musical instruments. And when I engaged my students with that, I had full maximum attention. But I also made sure to choose a classroom near a window and where I had a certain amount of lighting coming through the window. I used my yardstick then to use a nail and mark lines into the wooden chalkboard at the time, which gave me a certain kind of guide. So when I started writing, everybody would say, then how is he able to write so straight? But I had done a lot of practice in looping up and down and doing all of that kind of thing. So all of my supervisors in the early childhood sector said, wow, you speak loudly and clearly, but the children enjoy your work and they are learning. And they were the ones who said, you need to become a teacher. I didn't think I could become a teacher because up to that point, I didn't pass any subjects. And I wondered, how could a man going blind and don't have any qualification become a teacher? But here I am today, hard work, determination, and a will to be creative. And I think my creativity helped me a lot with the early childhood sector.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, just moving along quickly. Thurbude Solomon reminds you, Dr. Hicksell, that you are one of my mentors. Well done. Donald Reese is congratulating the CCM family. Dr. Diana, wonderful conference, blessings. And then Marcella Taylor, and Narda Gray, and Talisha Negesa, they all complimented the presentation. Very good presentation. I've learned a lot. I really admired your tenacity. So there you have it, Dr. Hicksell.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you for sharing the comments and questions from our audience. And I know they have more, but we can always reach out to Dr. Hicksell.
Sure.
Dr. Clark had a question, I think, or a comment. I really want to hear it. Colleen, can you read it? Or is Dr. Clark there to speak it?
It's in the Zoom chat.
Yes.
It's about a comment and a question.
Go ahead, Dr. Clark.
You want me? Okay, he's
yes,
going to
go ahead. Yes, because I don't remember what I said there.
Oh, you said, Dr. Clark, you said, we need to have a national conversation on what are the acceptable roles in the lives of other people's children. There is some amount of hypocrisy. We want men involved, but are we suspicious of those who do outside of the home?
Yeah. That is a major problem. Major problem. But I think if we do a public education campaign, and I think if we can really show men in the nurturing role on TV and in social media, if we can see that, then it would be a start in transforming the thinking. Scripture says, as a man thinketh, so is he. But it also says, be ye transformed by the renewal of your thinking. And I think if we can start flooding using strategies, the psychological strategies, using advertisements to get people to buy in. If we can target our population with some good advertisements of nurturing men and so on, then we would start to create the change.
Yeah. I also went on to ask Ixwell, given that we can't accept any and every mail that comes knocking, correct?
Correct.
So we have to be selective. So I wanted to know your profile of the might I say ideal early childhood male teacher. What would he look like?
He would look like DRB Grant. But I'm seeing a youngster for whom we have done a background check of some sort. And I'm seeing a youngster who is good with the children, very enthusiastic, very artistic, and able to motivate children.
Yes.
Do some background checks on some of our youngsters and find them with these qualities. And then we continue to mentor and guide them. Even if these men have issues, as long as they are properly guided and monitored and mentored, then we should not have a problem. Remember, we have men in primary schools, at high schools, in colleges, in churches, and they all commit the same kind of breaches that we are afraid of. So all we have to do is to just put structures in place so that we can monitor and guide and counsel and encourage this person to be at their best selves.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Right, so several conversations to be had, because I think the compensation package in education in general needs an ongoing conversation. But
Yes.
I cannot for the life of me understand why early childhood teachers are paid less.
Right.
I don't understand the rationale behind that. And there's also something to do with the number of trained teachers that are allowed in an early childhood school or classroom. So I'm not sure on what philosophical basis or educational basis these policies are being made. So let us please advocate and start these conversations at the important level where it becomes active and not just conversations we have, the notes are written, we take photos, and nothing gets done. So I thank you for starting and prodding the environment with these important questions, Dr. Hickswell. Thank you so much. And thank you, Colleen Lagi. Thank you for helping us with the Q&A. Thank you to all those who questioned and commented. Thank you to all our presenters this morning. We are about to go on a lunch break. I want to thank Dr. Ira Roach for his comments on fathering, Mr. Jasford Gabriel, reminding us of some of the realities we face with the culture and how we raise men, we talk about men and boys. Dr. Clark raising some questions and some things for us to consider in our classrooms and our schools, and asking us to reflect on whether our schools are ready for the children who are coming, whether they have a voice in the things we have in the classroom to engage their interest. And Dr. Hickswell there reminding us and generating some more conversations about males in early childhood, the importance of them being there, and how do we compensate, how do we monitor and mentor and help and support those men who are important role models for our young boys. Thank you so much. We take a break now. We go to lunch. After lunch, we have Owen Blacker Ellis and we have Joseph Heron. Blacker will talk about forging the spirits of boys through healthy rites of passage. And Mr. Heron will look at the struggle of boys in organized early childhood programs, and reminding us to match the temperament of our boys with the programs and activities we engage with in the early childhood environment. See you after lunch. Take a stretch, take a walk, enjoy your meal, and join us back at 11:56, 4 minutes to midday. Thank you so much, everyone.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Every child is one caring adult away from being a success story. Joship. It was fortuitous that the Jamaica Teaching Council was established in 2008 with a mandate to enable and sustain a quality teaching profession, a profession that is geared to realize the mantra of Jamaica: every child can learn, every child must learn. Boys mentorship is a process of pairing adults with young boys to improve their well-being by being a role model that can guide them academically, socially, and personally. The general objective is to build a mentorship program for schoolboys such that they have a context in which they can access psychosocial support and acquire competencies for livelihood. The program is designed to build mentoring support for boys in the education system. It encompasses three areas: entrepreneurship, peer to peer mentoring, and the pairing of adults with young male students. Let's empower our boys to shine like stars. We should start mentoring them as early as the infant level. In its initial review of the performance of students, it was revealed that the gravity of the issue of the performance of boys cannot be overlooked. The concerns for the underperformance of these boys have been expressed island-wide. The results of various formal examinations provide evidence that the education of boys is in crisis. Teachers in various fora expressed their frustrations as their efforts to educate boys did not show the desired outcomes, but they never stopped trying. Our hardworking, excellent teachers in Jamaica continue to experiment with various strategies to assist boys to give meaning to their education. Thank you, teachers. The Jamaica Teaching Council is committed to supporting you to raise the achievement levels of boys so that they all can become productive citizens. Denzel Washington stated, "Show me a successful individual, and I'll show you someone who had real positive influences in his or her life. I don't care what you do for a living. If you do it well, I'm sure there was someone cheering you on or showing you the way. We call them mentors." Let's take a 7-year ride in our time machine. Sorry, you will not get a chance to take a nap because 7 years pass really fast. The Advancing the Education of Boys program was launched in the national arena as part of the National Forum for Innovations in Teaching in October 2014. The Jamaica Teaching Council was clear that the intention was not and is not to compare boys with girls. The underpinning goal of the program is to create equity in teaching and learning to improve the achievement levels of boys. Let these boys have fun, learning whatever subject is being taught. So, where are we now? The Mentors Association of Jamaica was founded in April 2021 under the umbrella of the Mentorship Unit of the Jamaica Teaching Council. Its underpinning goal is to provide mentors and mentees with opportunities for professional growth and development through collegial support, reflective practice, and collaborative learning. The association's aim is to assist in the professional development of beginning teachers in their first year of practice, educators who are experiencing pedagogical challenges, and to enhance the Boys Mentorship Program. The challenge of finding professional males who are willing and able to volunteer is real, but the team is not daunted. we continue the dialogue to find solutions. The MAJ board is committed to the elevation of the profession. If we don't, who will? It is important to the Jamaica Teaching Council to screen effective prospective mentors to determine if they have values, attitudes, commitment, knowledge, and experiences to help mentees develop healthy identities and personal qualities. We're therefore inviting men of integrity whose values and attitudes are worth emulating and who are committed to spending at least 30 minutes each week with their mentees. Organizations with the expertise and resources, collaborate with us. Getting the most out of life isn't about how much you keep for yourself, but how much you pour into others. David Stoddard. Let's create the Jamaica we want by investing in our boys. Approximately 2,000 boys are incarcerated each year, and these are the ones caught by the law. Minister Chang on September 22, 2021 said, on average, 40% of all known murder offenders in Jamaica are young boys aged 15 to 24. Let's change the news headline. Help us to guide our boys and sign up today. A mentor provides a person with a future that they don't see. It enables them to believe in what cannot be obtained. Input the URL in your browser and complete the form. A team member at the Jamaica Teaching Council will contact you.
Hello everyone, I am so excited to share with you today on the course Housekeeping and Linen Room Attendant. Housekeeping is an operational, very important, very significant department within the hotel. It is responsible for cleanliness, maintenance, aesthetic upkeep of rooms, public area, back area, and its surroundings. Without the housekeeping department, we simply cannot have a hotel. I am so excited to be your teacher. I'm so excited to train you and to help you in becoming a responsible, successful citizen of Jamaica and the world at large. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the Catholic College of Mandeville. My name is Megan Leslie Gordon, your housekeeping lecturer.
I'm Dr. Ira Roche, founder and senior pastor of the City of Refuge Church, award-winning actor and certified life coach, trainer, and speaker of the Les Brown Unlimited team. The motivational book entitled Daddy Knows Best, What a Young Man Needs from Dad, is a guide for fathers in the lives of their sons. I want to show absentee fathers that their presence is needed and appreciated in the home. In addition, I want to show sons that there are great fathers, whether biological or adopted, that want to provide a stable environment for them. Showing up is key in the lives of young men. Our 3-hour workshops have been created for all fathers of all ages. With this hands-on approach, the participants gain new skills they can begin to use immediately for positive results and growth. After the workshop, the participants are encouraged to join our private Facebook group to network and share challenges and growth with others in a safe space. Contact me to schedule your organization's Daddy Knows Best workshop to enhance your life by design, because life should always include love, information, fun, energy, and positive emotions. I can be reached at www.driraroche3rd.com or my email at ira.inspires@gmail.com.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Every child is one caring adult away from being a success story. Joship. It was fortuitous that the Jamaica Teaching Council was established in 2008 with a mandate to enable and sustain a quality teaching profession, a profession that is geared to realize the mantra of Jamaica: every child can learn, every child must learn. Boys mentorship is a process of pairing adults with young boys to improve their well-being by being a role model that can guide them academically, socially, and personally. The general objective is to build a mentorship program for schoolboys such that they have a context in which they can access psychosocial support and acquire competencies for livelihood. The program is designed to build mentoring support for boys in the education system. It encompasses 3 areas: entrepreneurship, peer to peer mentoring, and the pairing of adults with young male students. Let's empower our boys to shine like stars. We should start mentoring them as early as the infant level. In its initial review of the performance of students, it was revealed that the gravity of the issue of the performance of boys cannot be overlooked. The concerns for the underperformance of these boys have been expressed island-wide. The results of various formal examinations provide evidence that the education of boys is in crisis. Teachers in various fora expressed their frustrations as their efforts to educate boys did not show the desired outcomes, but they never stopped trying. Our hardworking, excellent teachers in Jamaica continue to experiment with various strategies to assist boys to give meaning to their education. Thank you, teachers. The Jamaica Teaching Council is committed to supporting you to raise the achievement levels of boys so that they all can become productive citizens. Denzel Washington stated, "Show me a successful individual, and I'll show you someone who had real positive influences in his or her life. I don't care what you do for a living. If you do it well, I'm sure there was someone cheering you on or showing you the way. We call them mentors." Let's take a 7-year ride in our time machine. Sorry, you will not get a chance to take a nap because 7 years pass really fast. The Advancing the Education of Boys program was launched in the national arena as part of the National Forum for Innovations in Teaching in October 2014. The Jamaica Teaching Council was clear that the intention was not and is not to compare boys with girls. The underpinning goal of the program is to create equity in teaching and learning to improve the achievement levels of boys. Let these boys have fun, learning whatever subject is being taught. So, where are we now? The Mentors Association of Jamaica was founded in April 2021 under the umbrella of the Mentorship Unit of the Jamaica Teaching Council. Its underpinning goal is to provide mentors and mentees with opportunities for professional growth and development through collegial support, reflective practice, and collaborative learning. The association's aim is to assist in the professional development of beginning teachers in their first year of practice, educators who are experiencing pedagogical challenges, and to enhance the Boys Mentorship Program. The challenge of finding professional males who are willing and able to volunteer is real, but the team is not daunted. we continue the dialogue to find solutions. The MAJ board is committed to the elevation of the profession. If we don't, who will? It is important to the Jamaica Teaching Council to screen effective prospective mentors to determine if they have values, attitudes, commitment, knowledge, and experiences to help mentees develop healthy identities and personal qualities. We're therefore inviting men of integrity whose values and attitudes are worth emulating and who are committed to spending at least 30 minutes each week with their mentees. Organizations with the expertise and resources, collaborate with us. Getting the most out of life isn't about how much you keep for yourself, but how much you pour into others. David Stoddard. Let's create the Jamaica we want by investing in our boys. Approximately 2,000 boys are incarcerated each year, and these are the ones caught by the law. Minister Chang on September 22, 2021 said, on average, 40% of all known murder offenders in Jamaica are young boys aged 15 to 24. Let's change the news headline. Help us to guide our boys and sign up today. A mentor provides a person with a future that they don't see. It enables them to believe in what cannot be obtained. Input the URL in your browser and complete the form. A team member at the Jamaica Teaching Council will contact you.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to share with you today on the course Housekeeping and Linen Room Attendant. Housekeeping is an operational, very important, very significant department within the hotel. It is responsible for cleanliness, maintenance, aesthetic upkeep of rooms, public area, back area, and its surroundings. Without the housekeeping department, we simply cannot have a hotel. I am so excited to be your teacher. I'm so excited to train you and to help you in becoming a responsible, successful citizen of Jamaica and the world at large. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the Catholic College of Mandeville. My name is Megan Leslie Gordon, your housekeeping lecturer.
I'm Dr. Ira Roche, founder and senior pastor of the City of Refuge Church, award-winning actor and certified life coach, trainer, and speaker of the Les Brown Unlimited team. The motivational book entitled Daddy Knows Best, What a Young Man Needs from Dad, is a guide for fathers in the lives of their sons. I want to show absentee fathers that their presence is needed and appreciated in the home. In addition, I want to show sons that there are great fathers, whether biological or adopted, that want to provide a stable environment for them. Showing up is key in the lives of young men. Our 3-hour workshops have been created for all fathers of all ages. With this hands-on approach, the participants gain new skills they can begin to use immediately for positive results and growth. After the workshop, the participants are encouraged to join our private Facebook group to network and share challenges and growth with others in a safe space. Contact me to schedule your organization's Daddy Knows Best workshop to enhance your life by design, because life should always include love, information, fun, energy, and positive emotions. I can be reached at www.driraroach3rd.com or my email at ira.inspires@gmail.com.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Every child is one caring adult away from being a success story. Joship. It was fortuitous that the Jamaica Teaching Council was established in 2008 with a mandate to enable and sustain a quality teaching profession, a profession that is geared to realize the mantra of Jamaica: every child can learn, every child must learn. Boys mentorship is a process of pairing adults with young boys to improve their well being by being a role model that can guide them academically, socially, and personally. The general objective is to build a mentorship program for schoolboys such that they have a context in which they can access psychosocial support and acquire competencies for livelihood. The program is designed to build mentoring support for boys in the education system. It encompasses three areas: entrepreneurship, peer to peer mentoring, and the pairing of adults with young male students. Let's empower our boys to shine like stars. We should start mentoring them as early as the infant level. In its initial review of the performance of students, it was revealed that the gravity of the issue of the performance of boys cannot be overlooked. The concerns for the underperformance of these boys have been expressed island wide. The results of various formal examinations provide evidence that the education of boys is in crisis. Teachers in various fora expressed their frustrations as their efforts to educate boys did not show the desired outcomes, but they never stopped trying. Our hardworking, excellent teachers in Jamaica continue to experiment with various strategies to assist boys to give meaning to their education. Thank you, teachers. The Jamaica Teaching Council is committed to supporting you to raise the achievement levels of boys so that they all can become productive citizens. Denzel Washington stated, "Show me a successful individual, and I'll show you someone who had real positive influences in his or her life. I don't care what you do for a living. If you do it well, I'm sure there was someone cheering you on or showing you the way. We call them mentors." Let's take a 7-year ride in our time machine. Sorry, you will not get a chance to take a nap because 7 years pass really fast. The Advancing the Education of Boys program was launched in the national arena as part of the National Forum for Innovations in Teaching in October 2014. The Jamaica Teaching Council was clear that the intention was not and is not to compare boys with girls. The underpinning goal of the program is to create equity in teaching and learning to improve the achievement levels of boys. Let these boys have fun, learning whatever subject is being taught. So, where are we now? The Mentors Association of Jamaica was founded in April 2021 under the umbrella of the Mentorship Unit of the Jamaica Teaching Council. Its underpinning goal is to provide mentors and mentees with opportunities for professional growth and development through collegial support, reflective practice, and collaborative learning. The association's aim is to assist in the professional development of beginning teachers in their first year of practice, educators who are experiencing pedagogical challenges, and to enhance the Boys Mentorship Program. The challenge of finding professional males who are willing and able to volunteer is real, But the team is not daunted. We continue the dialogue to find solutions. The MAJ board is committed to the elevation of the profession. If we don't, who will? It is important to the Jamaica Teaching Council to screen effective prospective mentors to determine if they have values, attitudes, commitment, knowledge, and experiences to help mentees develop healthy identities and personal qualities. We're therefore inviting men of integrity whose values and attitudes are worth emulating and who are committed to spending at least 30 minutes each week with their mentees. Organizations with the expertise and resources, collaborate with us. Getting the most out of life isn't about how much you keep for yourself, but how much you pour into others. David Stoddard. Let's create the Jamaica we want by investing in our boys. Approximately 2,000 boys are incarcerated each year, and these are the ones caught by the law. Minister Chang on September 22, 2021 said, on average, 40% of all known murder offenders in Jamaica are young boys aged 15 to 24. Let's change the news headline. Help us to guide our boys and sign up today. A mentor provides a person with a future that they don't see. It enables them to believe in what cannot be obtained. Input the URL in your browser and complete the form. A team member at the Jamaica Teaching Council will contact you.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to share with you today on the course Housekeeping and Linen Room Attendant. Housekeeping is an operational, very important, very significant department within the hotel. It is responsible for cleanliness, maintenance, aesthetic upkeep of rooms, public area, back area, and its surroundings. Without the housekeeping department, we simply cannot have a hotel. I am so excited to be your teacher. I'm so excited to train you and to help you in becoming a responsible, successful citizen of Jamaica and the world at large. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the Catholic College of Mandeville. My name is Megan Leslie Gordon, your housekeeping lecturer.
I'm Dr. Ira Roche, founder and senior pastor of the City of Refuge Church, award-winning actor and certified life coach, trainer, and speaker of the Les Brown Unlimited team. The motivational book entitled Daddy Knows Best, What a Young Man Needs from Dad, is a guide for fathers in the lives of their sons. I want to show absentee fathers that their presence is needed and appreciated in the home. In addition, I want to show sons that there are great fathers, whether biological or adopted, that want to provide a stable environment for them. Showing up is key in the lives of young men. Our 3-hour workshops have been created for all fathers of all ages. With this hands-on approach, the participants gain new skills they can begin to use immediately for positive results and growth. After the workshop, the participants are encouraged to join our private Facebook group to network and share challenges and growth with others in a safe space. Contact me to schedule your organization's Daddy Knows Best workshop to enhance your life by design, because life should always include love, information, fun, energy, and positive emotions. I can be reached at www.driraroche3rd.com or my email at ira.inspires@gmail.com.
is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Welcome back. Welcome back. And may I say good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are across the Caribbean and Jamaica diaspora. Welcome back to the 4th annual Early Childhood Conference presented by the Catholic College of Mandeville in partnership with the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. If you're just joining us, you missed some important conversations this morning under our theme for this year, Boys to Men, Early Childhood Education, No Small Matter, Helping Boys to Thrive. We had some important messages and comments from some of our partners, the Chase Fund, the Ministry of Education, the Early Childhood Commission, all supporting and endorsing the need for us to have these conversations on helping our boys to thrive and changing the narrative in our societies about boys and men. Dr. Ira Roach started us off. Well, I should back up a bit. Mr. Jasford Gabriel reminded us about some of the cultural realities that impact our society, the violence among boys 16 to 18, the predilection to be engaged in gangs and other deviant activities when certain emotional and other support are missing from their lives. Then Dr. Ira Roach reminded us about the importance of fathering. And I think everything really begins with fathering, because remember, the fathering would begin from the time the child enters the world. So that important role of fathering has to begin there and continue right throughout life, actually, because you move from fathering and I guess mentoring as a father. Then Dr. Clark raised some important questions and reflection points for us to ask ourselves. Are we creating school spaces that accommodate the needs of our boys in particular? Dr. Hickswell raised some important conversation points, and I really hope that our partner, the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, I hope you're taking some notes as to some of the things you need to begin, some of the conversations you need to begin in the early childhood component of your newly formed arm of your education activities, because certainly compensations for teachers, more trained teachers in early childhood, male teachers in early childhood are some critical conversations to have. And now we move to our afternoon session, and it is my pleasure to introduce theater activist, comedian, actor, teacher, writer, and motivational speaker, Owen Blacker Ellis, known to everyone in the fraternity as Blacker. He is taught at all levels of the education system here in Jamaica and in Canada, where he earned his graduate degree in environment studies at York University in Toronto. Blacker is currently senior lecturer at Edna Manley College for the Performing and Visual Arts, and adjunct lecturer at the Trenchtown Polytechnic College. His writings and performances are known globally, and his credits include stage as well as screen. Blacker has a deep interest in community development and is a passionate advocate for gender justice and family values, and sits on several boards, including that of Trenchtown Primary School and Back to Life Foundation. He has been integral to arts-based projects on decreasing violence among urban youth, men and family, gender-based violence, and male sexuality. To share with us on the topic, Forging the Spirit of Boys Through Healthy Rites of Passage, please welcome Owen Blacker Ellis.
Thank you so much, my dear friend, John. You
Hey,
didn't mention
Blacker.
that part, eh? I'm deeply wounded. You didn't say Blacker is my friend. So, hello, folks. I'm happy to be here to share with you all. Let me first of all begin by just delivering a disclaimer with a certain clear declaration. I'm not here to outpour information. I will not wow you with a fantastic PowerPoint presentation. What I intend to do is to ignite some pertinent questions in a call for conversation. I'm going to be the purveyor of provocation. That is my role as I share with you on this very interesting topic of forging the spirit of boys through healthy rites of passage. So I teach a gender course at Edna College, and I actually am doing some training in partnership with WMW Jamaica on gender-based violence. And recently I shared a resource that I created that delivers 10 tips to men who want to partner with women to end gender-based violence. And the first tip I shared was to encourage men to acknowledge our privileges as men. And a very intelligent, well-learned man paused and asked quite earnestly, Blacker, tell me, what are some of these privileges? He couldn't think of what do I consider to be male privilege. And I said a very simple one is that we can walk, we can dress in a pair of shorts and walk anywhere through town without being told degrading things about ourselves, without anybody trying to touch us. And that's just one of several of what we all very often don't see as male privileges. But as I speak with you, and not to you, but with you, on rites of passage for boys, I want to share that it's one context within which I think men aren't privileged. But I think that men are at a disadvantage when it comes to healthy rites of passage. And by that, I really mean healthy ways of marking a transition from one point of maturity to another, from one point of dependence to greater independence. I know when I was a boy, I used to yearn for the chance to wear long pants because that meant I was now a big boy. Because in my days, I wore short pants to primary school in grade 1, short pants in grade 2, and then by grade 3, I get me long. I was like, yes, I'm now in long. And for me, wearing long pants meant a very simple but important rite of passage. I was now grown up. And kids in houses, in homes, learn different ways of establishing their independence. You can now shower yourself. You can choose your own dressing. And that goes across gender lines. But there are ways in which, and perhaps one single way, in which I envy my female counterparts. And it's something that I've shared in my comedy routine, and people laugh, and I say it sometimes jokingly, but I say it seriously. And it can sometimes get some men very annoyed. And I say it now. I wish boys had periods too. I wish men experience menstruation. Let me tell you why. As a father who has raised sons, and as I compare with my sister friends who raised daughters, and as I now grow with my wonderful teenage granddaughter, I discover that when girls attain the age of puberty, however it might happen, in some way they end up getting the talk. You know, the talk, girls as they approach their first menstrual cycle, somebody gives them at least some hint of instruction about the fact that their bodies are now changing and some things are now have to be given consideration. So girls, by virtue of nature, are forced to, upon arriving at puberty, begin to take responsibility for their own bodies. They have to now know when to expect their periods, they have to now prepare to have the pads and so on. So girls, in that very simple but profoundly, have a point at which they now know that things have begun to change. I'm no longer just a little girl, I must know. So girls are encouraged by nature to take responsibility for their own bodies. Boys have no equivalent. Boys have no equivalent. Boys just turn man overnight, turn man suddenly. And for many men, they never ever turn man. They remain grown-up boys because there's no, and for them, they find various other unhealthy, problematic ways of marking, I'm now a man. And for many, it's the first spliff, or the first time you get drunk, or the first time you quote unquote broke your ducks sexually. And those are the ways in which men, the only way that men have, many men, to really mark a movement from one stage to another of independence, of maturity, of growing up. That's why there are men who, grown up men in the 50s and 40s, who still have to leave home to play football with the boys, who hang with the boys, and impressing and getting the approval of their peers becomes so important to men that they never ever grow up. And they might become husbands, they might become fathers, even grandfathers, without ever fully moving beyond a certain level of maturity. But there is a deficiency, there is an issue, there's a problem with rites of passage for the males in our community, for men to become men, for boys to become older men, and for older men to become elderly men. So there is definitely an absence of healthy rites of passage. Jewish boys have their bar mitzvah, and in some cultures they are very rigid and strict rites of passage. But in our modern Western world, there really is none. And the schools can't do it. I know when I was in high school, one day in grade 8, they called all the boys together and all the girls together, and we got to talk about sexual reproductive health and so on. But that is not the equivalent to having a very marked, intentional, significant rite, ceremony, event that says to a boy, I am now becoming a man in a healthy way. So there's an issue with our society. How do we fix that? So I want to share two resources with you, two frameworks with you that I will leave with you. And I'm going to share them in two simple pages on my screen pretty shortly. And one is what I call I and I gears. I and I gears. I have this theory that says everything comes back down to I and I gears. And I and I gears obviously is an acronym. But I think it's a very useful acronym because I and I in the Rastafarian cosmology could mean me, the individual, could also mean you and I, all of us. So I and I gears. And for me, the I and I speaks to identity and image. That's the I and I. Identity and image. What do we do with boys as they become older boys, as they move from baby to toddler, from infant to toddler to pubescent boys, to teenage boys? What do we do with them, either deliberately or indirectly, that gives them a sense of their I and I, their identity, and their image? They will give them a name. The name is the first ID. They have the name Paul, that's the ID. The name John, that's the ID, and it's an ID, and so on. But also we shape their image as well. Before the child is born, we begin to ask, she pregnant? Boy or girl? If it's a boy, buy something blue. Buy him the gun. Buy him the truck. If it's a girl, buy something pink. If it's a doll. So we begin to shape the I and I, the identity and the image, the community, and the family, the society, and the I and I, identity and image. And then there's the gears, GEARS. And the gears is the G, gender, gender performance, gender stereotypes, gender norms, gender expectations. And the girls are encouraged under the G. Again, I'm envying my sisters. The girls are encouraged to be your best self. If the girl decides that she don't want to be a married woman, or she don't want to, she's encouraged. If your daughter says, I want to be a construction engineer, I want to drive tractor, I want to play NFL, you say, you go girl, chart new courses. But if your son says, I want to be a ballet dancer, boy, if your one son says, I want to be a nurse, he's told, be a man. I always say, I envy women. Women are never ever told to woman up, but men have to man up. What does man up mean? Under that G, gender. And the E, earth, environments, energy. And I deliberately say environments. I'm not just talking about nature and ecology. I'm talking about everything around us. Our social, political, built, and natural environment. Our environments. That's the E in the I gears. And then there's the A, associations, allegiances, alliances, and relationship to authority. And then there's the R, reproductive health. And then there's the S, spirit, spirituality, and soul. And my challenge then is, how do we intentionally, directly, and deliberately help boys to shape their notion of the I and I gears, our identity and image, shape our notions of gender, our understanding of earth and environment and energy, our relationship with associations and allegiances and then end up in the gangs and so on. And also R, reproductive health, and S, spirituality, spirit, and soul. And therein lies my question as I share with you this conversation. Let's talk about how and what can we do with boys that will help them to become the men that we would like to see our daughters and granddaughters choose as partners. How do we really forge that spirit of independence, that spirit of compassion, that spirit that will, as I say, that will ground, green, and grow our boys into gentler greatness, into becoming new man, more human? How do we do that? So I believe we can approach that with another framework that I want to share with you. And that is so we can agree, I need to give you statistics, we can agree that there's an issue with forging the spirit of boys by offering them healthy rites of passage. There's no question that it's lacking. And men shouldn't have to use their first smoke or their first drink or their first sexual experience to say, I am now into manhood and beyond boyhood. How can we do that? I'm saying we can, as a community, as a society, within families, begin to build out an approach that will give boys this at least one healthy form of, and it's not linked to church, but linked to family, way of approaching their best spirit with a healthy rite of passage. And I call it shave, S-H-A-V-E. And I don't mean shave, although that can be a great way to, if you can with your dad, have your first shave. But nowadays, everybody got bob or hairdresser. But the shave might be the way to really and truly establish a framework for helping boys to mark that movement into growth, into maturity. But the shave, the S is stories. Rather than telling young people how to live their life, you must do this, you must do that. Almost adults around them deliberately and intentionally sharing in a very structured way with them stories of our challenges, our joys, our discoveries. And if my children ask me, Daddy, how do you meet our mother? I said, I won't tell you now. I'll tell you when the time comes. I can look toward the time and they're going to get that story in a very structured, deliberate, and planned way for them to hear your story. Don't tell them it for trying to scold them. When I was your age, I walk 5 miles. No. Plan the stories, have them structured in a way that will help some people to feel inspired by your challenges, your own growth, your joys, your discoveries. So the story. The age is honoring. If a valued adult, be it parent or teacher or some other mentor, church leader, could, in a very structured, again, in a very planned, deliberate way, acknowledge the gifts, talents, and genius of that young boy in front of others, honoring him. Say, yes, we acknowledge and we honor you for being this brilliant, this bright, this genius young man. You make great wooden cars. You play a great game of football. You are a good, honor the child in front of others. Not just, we very often save response to our children based on other things. The report come out and yes, you did good job. And we see that child in that video saying, I'm tired of good job. But if we have a structured way that it is the day when you'll hear, we honor you. So tell them stories, S. Honor them, H, in a very structured, public way in front of others. And A, accomplishment. And here's where this intersects with most traditional rites of passage. If there's a special adult-initiated, safe, and attainable challenge given to a child that is set and accomplished and celebrated. It may be the first time if you're in a musical family, you get to tune the guitar by yourself. It may be the first time you change a tire for yourself. Maybe the first time you bake a cake all by yourself. Maybe this summer when you all by yourself make up the bed, make dinner, set the table. But some attainable task, that's a challenge, and you will do well, perfectly, and be celebrated for it. That accomplishment is marked. And those stories as that honoring age, that accomplishment age begins to form a ritual that says you are now in transition. You're leaving behind boyhood and you're approaching manhood. And the V, vision, helping that young boy to visualize and express his ideals, his vision for his future. Providing that with a voice and the tools. We're not into the era of vision boarding, but it's there in the Bible. in Joel to write the plan down. Vision, not just what we see, what we expect to be. The vision. When they opened the Epcot Center in Florida, a journalist turned to the wife of Walt Disney and said, "It's a pity Walt isn't around to see this, because Walt had the vision, he wrote it down, and he died before it became a reality." And his wife said, "Hello, no, he saw it. And because he saw it, we can now see it, because he wrote the vision down." It's to provide a space where young boys can articulate, can express, and share their vision publicly, within their family, within their community, within their home, and have it recognized, respected, and honored. And the E, it is best if all of this, these stories, this honoring, this attainment of this challenge, the accomplishment, this vision, if all these happen in the context of an event that happens in the gathering of the significant adults in the child's life. It may be, everybody know, in the exam of the SBA. It may be the summer before high school, SBH, or before primary school. It may be a time when we're all at home, where the event happens, where you can invite your peers, and your parents can invite their peers as they celebrate in this event, you hearing your stories, you being honored as a young boy, you being given the chance to accomplish your challenge as a young boy, you being given the chance to articulate and shape and share your vision as a young boy. And it happens in an event where you are the star, you are the key performer, you are the main artist, and that is your chance to grow into your adulthood, to begin your transition, your rite of passage. Is it possible? It is. Is it feasible? I think so. Can it be done? Yes. But families have to come together, communities have to come together. It could be a PTA project, it could be a family plan, but it can be something that we can work towards. Because without that, what do we have? Boys shaping their transition with things that are outside of them, exterior to them. I began with the notion of our envy of girls and their periods. The girl's transition happens in relationship to her own body. Boys, theirs are marked by things outside of them, in their social network. And that can be problematic. Like I said, what I'm sharing is a call to conversation, is the igniting of some questions, is to simply offer you the provocation. Now let us have a conversation. Talk to me. Feel free to talk to me.
Thank you so much, Blacker. Don't go away. I'm sure we have questions. And let me first make amends. Let me acknowledge our deep and abiding friendship and our work together as theater practitioners. We have done a lot of work on stage, off stage. We have had a lot of conversations about the very topics that Blacker has raised for us today. Rites of passage for boys. I remember when I got the talk, but before that, I love a fight. As a little girl growing up, I loved to hang out with the boys because they love a fight, and I really enjoyed a good fight. And then I got the talk, and immediately my behavior changed, my thinking changed. I began seeing myself, as they told me, as this young woman with a certain deportment and that kind of thing. So the talk really, the rite of passage really impacts your cognitive self, your emotional self, which transforms your physical self. And it really is important. When we did Man Talk, which Blacker was part of, I was part of the data collection team, and we interviewed young men right across the Caribbean, and every single young man between the ages of about 14 right up to 25 that we had interviewed commented on the absence of a right. They talked about envying their sisters because they knew when their mother had the talk, lock up in the room with their sisters, and they could see the change in their sisters. And that's where that line come from that I started the conference with. But with boys, they just let them out like wild goats and hope they find a way to manage themselves in the society. So I think it's a very, very important call for the conversation. And I hope that everybody listening today and who has sons who are teaching boys or who have access to boys in the community, that you sit together and you create these rites of passage for the young men in our community so that they don't then use sex and drugs and drink to mark their transitional points. Very, very important conversations. We see books, Soul Food for Girls, Soul Food for Women at every stage. There are no soul food books for boys.
Yeah.
Not a one for boys.
I see Christopher Clark as a hands raised.
Yes, I know he would. Christopher Clark, can we start with you?
You
Yes,
want
Dr.
to
Clark, come in, come in.
you want to have the conversation with me?
Certainly.
Blacko, I tell you, I'm so glad that I came back. I was kind of contemplating with a number of things I have to do, whether I could afford to come back. But I said, I haven't heard Blacko said anything on this issue ever. So let me come back. And I'm really, really, really glad I've come back. I must confess that I've never even thought about a formal, intentionally constructed rite of passage for boys. So I want to thank you for this, and hopefully I will get access to your screen share so that I can develop this some more. But look, Blacko. One of my concerns is that this is so beautiful. This is so positive. And it's going counterculture. And with social media as pervasive as it is, and particularly where entertainers, whether they're in prison or they're out of prison, they pretty much tell you what it means to be a man. How now does this single mother wanting the best for her son or sons, how does she achieve this? And I have to say, on her own. Just speak to that for me, please.
The notion of a single mother is something that I always find slightly problematic. Because first of all, there's no single mother, because she can get pregnant all by herself.
Well, we know those.
But the absent father is a gap that we can attempt to fill with the village. There's always a village. There's always a village. There's always some uncle. It might be the man at the barber shop that cuts her son's hair. It might be the tailor around the corner who makes it khaki for school. But there's a village. The question is, how can we in institutions like Catholic College of Mandeville help families to create, identify their village? It might be through the PTA as an organization. And certainly there are networks out there. There's Carryman and there's Back to Life and there's Mogava, and there are emerging groups of men who are trying to turn up, to be present, to help create the village, to help us raise boys. So the question is, yes, there's a challenge for the single mother. But I say for every single mother, she must have, if she can find some brothers, or if not her siblings, her church brother, or men in the community, or men in the child's school. And we know that in the school there are very few men, but we can find those few men and say, how can we encircle this young boy? There should be, and I've been thinking, for example, boys in the urban setting that I work with. I would take some boys from the city, even once every summer, to Hollywell, to some bush, because they live in concrete all their lives. Because it just gives them a chance to get a new relationship with their environment. So if we can find those ways, field trips where boys get even, if it even once per month, be encircled by men who are positive, by men who will strengthen them, by men who will give them advice, by men who will answer questions, so they can plan when they meet with the men to ask them the men questions. And let me tell you something. It might be a little bit jarring, eh? But there's a young boy who I was mentoring. One time called me and said, Sir Black, I have a question. He was so embarrassed to talk. I said, talk. He said, Sir Black, I have a question. And him even armful at a talk. And he said, the question is, can I get an STD from masturbation? And I said, what? And he said, yes. And hear your question now. Hear the thing now. He was having what he called burning sensation when he passed his urine. But he had never had sex. So he was perplexed. And I said, but he was also a child with a single mother, no father, no man in his life. And here he was now getting, when he passed urine, burning. And I said, okay, talk me through it. When do you have this burning? And if he talked and discovered it happened only after he had a shower. What we learned then was as he was washing himself, he turned up his member and water sprayed into it, and that caused the burn sensation. Because he never had a man to teach him how to wash his body parts. His mother is a woman. She don't know how to wash a penis. And that simple way, and being open here, he had to learn from a man how to wash himself.
Yeah.
His mother, right? So luckily he had me who we could talk to. So it's to ask the men to turn up for the boys in our community.
Yes.
It's where they're single mothers, let's ask some men to turn up and be that older mentor, be that big brother who can because I insist a woman cannot father a child. Boys need men.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Thanks. Lots to think about.
Are there other questions for Blacker? Blacker, I like how you throw that controversial topic in there. That's another conversation. Any questions?
I can look in the chat.
Thank you.
Okay, first,
go ahead, Mrs. White.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Ellis, for a profound, practical, and true presentation. I'm sure that any male listening and women also, all of us listening, can indeed, if we don't know, we would have heard or along the way. Indeed, the rite of passage when it comes to the gender base is so very, very important. And I like the fact that the involvement of the whole village, where a shortfall might fall, can really bring the child who would somehow not be able to function normally into his own rights as he goes along. Because the gender expectation is there, and if he doesn't know, then he won't. I like the fact that you spoke about honoring the boys, because wherever their strength lies, that should really be highlighted. That will indeed move them from one level to the next. And so they will begin to think of themselves in very positive and deep ways. And I also like the fact that he spoke about spirit, soul, and spirituality. All of that is intermingled in the normalcy of our day-to-day life. And to tell the story in such a structured way, wherever it is needed and necessary, because we are building persons, which is indeed very, very important. So allow me at this time to look in the chat and share with you what I'm seeing there. Firstly, from Mrs. Narda Gray, she wants to thank you for making her laugh when you said that you wish that boys would have experienced what girls go through. Barben G. Bonner, I hope I said your name right. She just want to say good afternoon. And then from Antoinette Watts, Blacker, you have voiced a wish of mine. And I think it goes like this, wrapped up in what Mrs. Gray said earlier. And Mrs. Gray also shared that boys would go through the menstrual process, but as you proceed in your presentation, I see the seriousness and challenge of having healthy rites of passage. Sonia Cordell Bailey Johnson puts, why is my Paulette McCreef? I'm not seeing all of, can you close this link for me? I think I'll see better. If you close the stories, I think I will see better on this. Okay. More.
Is that better for you, Mrs. White?
I am opening up. Yes. No, nope. It's not happening.
Carlene, can you help her at all?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I think you had reached Paula McCreeth writes
yes.
response from Habakkuk
yes.
2:2. And the Lord answered me, write the vision, make it plain on tablets, so he may run who reads it. Okay, that was her thinking as Mr. Ellis was presenting. Narda thinks that you're a lyrical acronymist with your acronyms. Okay, loves that. Okay, that was really neat. Zip 2000, Antoinette. How do we re-equip our mothers to raise the boys into men that they would have wanted to marry, considering that most of our household are female-led? I think you touched on that, Blacker.
Yes, I think he did in answering.
Yeah, she went on to say that boys seem to be on a pendulum swinging from forthright to immature males, okay, and are not living up to the expectations of females who are given checklists of what to expect in a male partner. And again, I think Blacker was very explicit in responding to those recommendations. Marcella Taylor said that is true about the girls getting the special talks when they reach puberty. Lots of the comments were in agreement, and the way that he expressed it, the reality and the realness of what he was saying, instead of couching it in all kinds of other words. Paula McCreeth ended by saying, I had read this excellent about Bringing Up Boys by Dr. James C. Dobson, and it certainly helped her with her two boys who are teen and young adults. That is it. There was a lot of comments here, lots of them agreeing with the presentation and realizing that we never thought of those things that he said, that he mentioned, and how appropriate and right and practical they are. So I can see a lot of the mothers, single or otherwise, and even men, hopefully, although there were no men that commented here, that I can see them going out and rethinking their daily relationship with young boys. I have to thank you. It was very interesting, very, very relevant and real remarks that you presented, Mr. Ellis. That's it for the comments.
Thank you so much, Mrs. White and Ms. Sluggy. A lot of comments, and thank you, Blacker, as usual, for stirring us up. And I think I keep repeating, and I'm going to keep repeating, we have to continue the conversations. Please don't let the conversations die here. I want to hear you go back to your schools, and in your next staff meeting, you have breakout sessions where you discuss rites of passage. I want to hear parent teachers discussing what is going to be our rite of passage for our boys. And Blacker, we will continue those conversations on both a school level, a community level, a regional and national level. We thank you so much for igniting, as you say, the conversation. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
And that you just heard there from Owen Blacker Ellis, stirring us up, igniting us, giving us a lot of food for thought, and being very real about the need for rites of passage for our young boys as they transition from, well, stage to stage. They move from toddler to young boy, then they move to puberty, then they are young men, and then they are men in the society. And for most of them, there has been no rite that marked their transition. And as Blacker said, some of them remained boys for most of their life, boys in men clothing. Thank you again. We move now to Joseph Heron, and Joseph too is part of that Carryman organization across the Caribbean that tries or seeks to support men and fathers and boys as they transition from stage to stage. Serving within the Jamaican education system in myriad capacities, Joseph Heron is teacher, guidance counselor, dean of discipline, acting principal, and safety coordinator in the Ministry of Education, and holds a graduate degree in youth health and education management. Joseph is a certified football referee, and in his role in Carryman and other organizations, he advocates for helping male to thrive across the region. Let's welcome Joseph Heron to share with us and to reflect with us on the topic, the struggle of boys in organized early childhood programs, matching the temperament of young boys to their social, emotional, cognitive, and physical development. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Joan. Now this is an amazing conference and I'm so pleased to be a part. I'm honored to be a part of it. I'm even more honored to come after Bridget Blacker. Blacker is a big brother to come after Dr. Hickswell. Hickswell is a visionary. This is just amazing. And it is a vision of mine, those who work with men and boys, that we have to start where the seeds are planted. So I could not accept this invitation, right? Because the seeds are being planted. We need to till the soil. And the soil that we have right now, where our boys are concerned, the soil not ready. So we have to till the soil. And Blacker would have mentioned it, Dr. Hickswell would have mentioned it, and so many other persons who deal with boys. I'm sure the early childhood educators are frustrated and they are trying to till the soil, they're trying to plant the right seeds. And as a nation, we need to do the same thing. So as would have been the case, or can I share a screen before or should I share a screen rather before I continue?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right, so let me do that. Let me know if you're seeing my screen.
Yes, we are seeing it.
Wonderful. All right, so here we go now. So as John would have mentioned, I have served many roles in education, but one of the two roles in particular have struck me in recent years is that of a dean of discipline, which I'm extremely proud to have worked with some excellent deans, and also my time as principal at Tarrant Primary School. Excellent teachers, excellent atmosphere. However, what struck me more than anything else was that the problems that I would have seen my male students struggling with at the high school it just licked me, boxed me down at the primary school. Like, this is where the seeds are being planted. I saw every single trouble, every single problem that we were grappling with in high school. They were just everywhere, left, right, and center when I went to Torrance. Not just at the grade 6 level, but at the entrance level at grade 1, right? And it was just boys, boys, and more boys. And it bothers me, right? Now, these were some of them: the gambling, the empty love tank, the father absences, the poor family connection, the connection to the world just not there, no interest in life, no interest in education, you name it, they had it. Now, a lot of these issues are not alone, not necessarily limited to boys, right? But we're dealing with boys. Now, most of the issues, and deans across the island will tell you, teachers will tell you, the disciplinary issues, the dean's offices are filled with boys more than anything else. And it's not necessarily the boys who are in trouble, but boys who are seeking help. Likewise, as a guidance counselor, I face the same thing. One of the main issues we saw was the deep anger that some of our boys face, or some of our boys expressed. And the anger was directly linked, as I would have said earlier, to so many other social ills. Exposure to so many things. Exposure to violence, exposure to death, exposure to sex, exposure to manhood, or the pressure of becoming a man or being a man when they don't even learn how to be a boy yet. They simply haven't grasped the skill of being a boy, what it means to be a boy, and yet we are calling them man. We expect them to man up, right? They're not ready, right? And we're expecting them to do all of this. Now, I don't want to go through everything here because Blacker would have mentioned it and other presenters before me would have also mentioned it, but there's some things that I really have to mention, that I would have learned in recent times at any rate. Many of them, as I would have said, simply feel misunderstood. They lack proper parental supervision, right? They get less attention. Our boys get less attention than our girls. Culturally, we do this because man up and puff it out so they get less attention, right? They're not, as Blacker would have intimated too, alluded to, they're not being schooled. They're not being drawn into the fold and being taught how to be. When they're being, they're vilified. And so we need to do this, right? They find subjects uninteresting. And we're going to go into it a little bit more. So in the classroom, we know the boys are underperforming. Not all boys. No, we're talking about the boys who are not performing, who are not meeting the standard that we're supposed to be meeting. Yeah. So the issues that we're finding is that a lot of them start school behind, particularly where language and communication is concerned. And we know that you fall behind in these areas, you will struggle for the rest of your life. And they won't catch up unless they get attention and also that they're not blamed. You're up too much, you do this, you do that. As I said, they find reading less enjoyable. Why? They're not being taught how to read, they're not being drawn into the fold to read. And so they underperform at reading. Now, naturally, boys simply don't process language as quickly or as easily as girls. There's a debate whether it is because of biology, their biological makeup, or it's because from the get-go, boys weren't drawn into that area of language. Men are not sitting down with their boys on their lap and reading with them. Yeah. Mothers do that with their daughters more often, right? Boys are not seeing their fathers reading enough. And so that debate is going on. But whether it is nature or nurture, the fact is it will happen. And we have to address it. Yeah. Now, what I want to focus on for a bit is the perception of boys. And in our schools, this is where one of our issues are. Dr. Hicks would have earlier mentioned that there are so many, only 3%, roughly 3 to 5% of our early childhood educators are men. And so our female teachers have a great responsibility, right? And JTC would have done the research that many teachers are unwilling to adjust to boys' education, to the learning styles. Some do, and some do an excellent job, right? And also many are not simply equipped to transfer life experience to the classroom. So take learning to climb a tree in the classroom, you name it. And also, most importantly and most common is that they don't have the autonomy or the resources to give boys what they need, academically that is. One of the things that also struck me is that it's a perception of boys. They're difficult to teach. JTC would have, in their own research, 154 teachers were asked to give one word that described the boys, and only one of them had a positive word. That struck me because this explains and this determines our attitude, our teachers' attitude towards teaching. Teaching our boys, they're labeled time wasters, talkative, disruptive. Now, I have learned from many educators that the teacher who teaches with the students in mind, who teach the student and not the subject, will capture everybody. I have seen teachers move mountains, ask students to move mountains, and them do it without even blinking an eye. But there are other teachers, you ask a boy to lift a feather and him complain and him say, no, sir. Why? Connection, right? Connection, simple thing as connection. Boys need to feel connected to their teacher. Boys must, that emotional connection must be there. So educators, as educators, a lot of us already know, right? That boys like action, they like to move around. And so our classrooms must reflect that, right? As I said, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. But what is critical is since the language development in boys is not as great as girls, but it takes a little longer time, they don't process as quickly. What I find striking is that the more words a teacher uses, the more likely that the boy's brain will simply shut down, go in a rest state, want to sleep, get bored. Translation, me I hear too much of that shit, too much word, me can't bother. I don't want to go to that class, I'm gonna skull class because him talk too much, she talk too much, and we can't deal with it. Our boys need the help, they need the guidance, right? We also know that because of this language issue, repetition may work more with boys. They need to move around. They need to be stimulated in a different way than girls. We need to keep them engaged and not label them as being disruptive. Now, we have to focus also as educational institutions, and know this is being done, on our parents. And our parents send out our boys. They have to arm them emotionally, psychologically, that I'm important, and not place second to our daughters. Generally, our sons come second to our daughters. They're shown less affection by both mother and father. Provide fewer avenues of positive self-expression, right? In both home and family, sons are punished more often and more harshly than our daughters. Research would have shown that, and also in practice, they would have shown that. Yeah. And this is critically important. They face these realities. Traditional reading in many early childhood programs do not fit their interests or their learning styles. And it is no wonder that these things are happening. Yeah. And this is not just limited to literacy, but in every area, right? They are often misdiagnosed, very often, and I've seen it for myself, where boys have hearing issues and it's not diagnosed. They have vision issues, it is not diagnosed. It is labeled as being disruptive, as being rude, right? As being uninterested. Why? Simply because the boy can't stay still. He's not hearing or seeing the lesson, and therefore he's stamped ADHD. Pitney can't learn, right? While I was at TART, there's one particular young man who teachers regularly complain about this. Math, oh, he focused totally. But when you do anything else, English in particular, he disappears in no time. You ask him to write, to read anything, he disappears. So what we did, any construction going on, we put him with the construction worker. We had some things being built. The men who came to build, I said, listen, work with this youth for me now. And in that young man had a wonderful time. The constructor, he taught him to measure. When he gave us a report, for a verbal report, he said, sir, what a beautiful youth. The young man was very helpful, was very disciplined, was very, anything he wanted, the young man will go and get it without any kind of abuse, rebellion. Teachers were flabbergasted. He has never described like this, neither by his parents or by he telling him, right? We know that boys are eager to learn. We know that they're brilliant and they're eager to show their brilliance, but we also know that it is difficult. We also know that they're little geniuses and we're not giving them an opportunity to express themselves in this way. Untapped energy and talent, if it is not exercised in the right way, we all know what will happen. So there's some points to consider where education is concerned. Earlier, I would have mentioned the language and communication. Children who do not achieve expected standards in early language and communication, what happens to them? They're 4 times more likely to fall below the standards, right? Similarly, conversely, those who show good language, early language development, are 6 times less likely to struggle. Critically, as Jamaicans, a person said, who we speak a language we don't write, and we write a language we don't speak. And so a lot of our students, especially boys, they struggle because we speak to them in a patois. And when we give them books to read, they have to jump from one world into the next without being warned. Go pick up your book. Hey boy, I want you. And when they pick up the book, they're seeing standard English. So we need to speak to our students, especially our boys, in standard English from the get-go so that they're not shocked, right? We know that falling behind has all of these negative outcomes right throughout their lives. We know that over 2,000 boys are in trouble with our legal system. We know that over 90% of our jails are filled with men. We also know that these men are uneducated or undereducated, and even more critically, they're underfathered or unfathered, and we can fix it. And there are ways to fix it. So I want us to focus on that for a little while. Because if we want different results, we have to change our attitudes and our actions. And this will take some amount of creativity. Many of our teachers are very innovative in what they're doing with our students, right? We have to change the classroom that boys enter from it being a girl's domain to being a boy's domain. So we have to create a classroom for boys. You have boys' schools. There are, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there are 7 boys' schools, but twice as many girls' schools, right? There are no boys' schools in our top 10. And I think there are 7 girls' schools in our top 10 traditional high schools according to certain standards, right? Now, This can be fixed. So we need to create a boy-friendly classroom. Well, there's boys alone in the classroom, but the classroom must be boy-friendly. Boys love to fidget. Allow them room to fidget without telling them that they have no manners, without telling them that they're uninterested. Because this is how they keep. Some boys concentrate like that. Many boys concentrate like that. They need to keep their bodies moving. Many teachers understand this, but many teachers don't, right? We have to do this. It is possible. We know our education system may not have the resources, but a lot of it boils down to how you manage the classroom, right? We can get very creative. We know as a people, we have gotten creative. We know we don't get this far without getting this creative. Yeah. Now, project-based learning. We want our boys to participate. We have to engage them according to where they are. So boys on the classrooms, right? One task at a time. Allow them to get absorbed totally. Hands-on learning. I'm not saying anything that our educators don't know. Yeah? Tasks that allow them to move and interact with their world. Let them lead on some of this. Yeah? Now, some aspects of learning are non-negotiable, of course. Reading and counting are some of those. But there are others where I can allow a boy to choose. Choose a particular topic, choose what to read, choose what to count. Use mangoes, go to the tree, go and climb the tree. Tell me how many ripe mangoes you see on the tree. And climbing alone is going to give them so much confidence. You come back and you pick all the ripe mango them. Put them in groups. Ripe mango, green mango. Other things. Put them in groups. Boys, these boys climb the mango tree, another boy climb a different tree, or do something else. Keep them mentally stimulated. This is critical. Playtime. This for me, more than anything else, is critical. We have labeled our boys as them ramp too much. They need to go inside and take out them book. The advantages of playtime are countless. The advantages of structured play, the development of the fine motor skills, right? Teamwork, strategizing. These are skills that CEOs of Fortune 500 companies all have. Team building skills. They do that in all types of sports. As boys growing up, we play games and we group up into teams. We pick our teams, you know. Right? Allow boys to do that. At lunchtime, you see boys playing all kind of games. Allow them that time. Yeah? The vaccine for ADHD is more playtime. Don't take away the playtime from our boys. And that is what is happening. Yeah? This must include the rough and tumble play. Right? We must do that, but we're afraid. I never see a boy growing up when we have our rough and tumble play at lunchtime, when we play karate, then all of our boys are now skilled. We are taking that out of playtime. We can structure it. Right? We merge learning and play. Intense focus in our games. They are intently focused, particularly in video games. Why? Video games have levels of difficulty that stimulates their intelligence. It challenges them. We are not challenging our boys. We're vilifying our boys. Right? So when we're dreaming of this classroom, we must equip the classroom with things that will stimulate them. We must take the classroom out of the building, carry it under one tree to stimulate our boys. It is very possible. We can do it. I have no doubt about it. Right? Excuse me. Now, at school, we know how we can change it. At school, currently, roughly about 40%. We need to increase our males in education to 40%. At least. Ideally, we want to be 50-50, because we want that balance. Throughout primary school, it's about 20%, right? Dr. Hickswell spoke earlier, it being 5% in our early childhood institutions. So we have to increase this. We know the difficulties of getting men into our system, but there are ways. They don't have to be educators. They don't have to be early child educators. There are other ways we can do this. We can increase access to positive men outside of Boys' Day, Career Day, and Father's Day. So that's when them come. You see the fireman come on Career Day or Boys' Day, and daddies and uncles and big brothers and grandfathers come on Father's Day. But increase that every week, roster it throughout the whole year, and have men, our positive men, come in and present to boys, play with them outside on a regular basis. Have not just for early childhood, but right throughout the education system. But we need to plant that seed and lay that foundation and till that soil. Yeah? Blacker would have mentioned rites of passage. As a nation, as a community, as an education system, we can, as a school, we can put our heads together and develop these rites of passage. Right? Like I mentioned, boys having them period. We don't know how we're going to call it, but we can do it. It is there. The minds are there. We're very intelligent people, right? Establish a parent place. Some schools actually do have a parent place that is extremely useful to many parents. The parent place, though, it lacks a father-friendly space. Yeah, it lacks books, it lacks material where fathers can go, yeah, I want to go in another corner, right? Critical. These are important factors. At home, fathers need to be more involved. We all, as fathers, as parents, we must create our habits. So, particularly with this lockdown now, when school is on, before school starts, you must head up, you must do certain things. Again, right stuff part is where education is concerned. As a young man, as a student, when you have completed grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, whatever grade it is, you must have some tradition, some habits that we're going to start. You have now finished one stage. We only do it for graduation, right? Celebrate each stage. I know parents who do it, they celebrate every single accomplishment, right? And they set the standard for their children. We must do it for our boys in particular. Reading time. Talk about what you read. Set that time, whether it's before dinner, after dinner. And I'm going to stress even more, play with your children. There's so many things that can be done. Now, I want to focus, Blacker would have mentioned it earlier, on the daddies. And I deliberately, when I say daddies, I mean, I'm not talking about the donors who both say them have one spitting. I'm talking about the doers. The doers who do take care of their children and ensure that they're a part of their life. They're present physically, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. They're involved in their children's life. Because we know that the daddying starts before even conception. You start to daddy when you're an older brother or an older, you have younger persons who look up to you just by the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you be. The bond starts from in the womb, right? Spend more time reading specific material with our boys. Allow our boys to lead in how they play. Allow them to play. Just work with it. Yeah? Ask more questions, criticize, listen more, talk less, listen more, right? Allow them to fail, allow them to fall. Be there when they do that. Encourage them, get up, go again. Sometimes make them get up on their own, don't help them to get up. They're learning to be confident. They're learning to recover on their own. That is a part of growing up. That is a part of being a boy And that being a boy will help them when they become man. And again, read some more. Books are topics that appeal to them, not to you. My father, if you said you are interested in tree climbing, lo and behold, you get in a book enough to climb a tree. If you like to swim, you get in a book. I remember this one because I love swimming. One of the books that he got us was Sprint the Crawl or Crawl the Sprint. I can't remember what it named, but he got us a book on swimming, right? How to swim, the breaststroke, the freestyle. Take them on, challenge them. This is what we expect from our boys. Now, before I go, I'm coming up to an end now. This picture, I just saw it yesterday. I could not resist it. This says to me what we need to do. If our boys are going to start our education system on par with where they're supposed to be and not necessarily in relation to our girls, we cannot continue to compare our boys to girls because they learn differently, they grow differently. So we have to compare our boys with themselves, where one boy is supposed to be. They are not going to be at the same space at 5 years old or compare boys to girls. We can't keep doing that. And our education system keeps doing that. Yeah? We know that children who experience positive father involvement, they are amazing results. They're more likely to have high academic standards. They're more likely to be confident and self-assured. Don't get in trouble with less likely to get in trouble with the law. Less likely to have strong parent-bond relationships in their teenage years. We know the teenage years is a troublesome year. I had the honor of working with some counselors, and they said, listen, during the teenage years, every teenager must wear a sign, closed for reconstruction. That reconstruction is even more critical if the foundation is not there, if the soil was not tilled. Yeah. And so, colleagues, I'm going to leave you simply with this. Teaching boys effectively is like a dance. While someone leads and others follow, the process is a partnership united in a common purpose. And lastly, tell me and I'll forget. Show me and I may remember. But involve me and I will learn. And on those words, colleagues, I thank you. It is an honor to have presented here. And I trust that these words would have fallen or would have helped to till the soil before we plant the seeds for our boys to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph Heron. I know your words would have fell on very fertile ground. Just reminding us there about the anger that our boys walk around with, and it links to Dr. Roach's presentation this morning when he talked about exposure to trauma in the early stages of their life. Teacher attitude to boys, and a recurring theme, we can fix it, and creativity is one of the elements that will help us to come up with those strategies to tap into the amazing wealth and energy that boys have. Do we have any questions, comments for Mr. Heron?
Yes, we do. Not many. Looks like our attendees were focused on listening. Okay.
Great.
Yes, we have a few comments, that very short ones. Excellent points, Mr. Joseph. We have to challenge our boys. Great idea. And Ms. Gray says, I really like the idea of increasing the visits of men with positive and innovative ideas to visit boys in school and outside of school. Javier says, I really hope parents, especially fathers, take these points into consideration. And Dr. David Smith thought it was a great session. Okay, and I have to agree there. I really like those closing points that Mr. Heron made. Very relevant, easy to remember, and doable. That is it for the comments and cats. No real questions, just positive remarks.
Thank you, Colleen. And I know that Mr. Heron's presentation, like all the others, have you reflecting, have you thinking, have you questioning. Please jot them down, and please also remember to take a lot of these tips, these conversation points, these statements, these ideas to your communities, to your parent teachers meetings, to your own families, and just keep tilling the soil, as Mr. Heron said, so that we can not just keep repeating the questions and the problems, but when we come back to the table, we would have had some working solutions, and we can show some progress, some movement forward. Thank you again, Mr. Joseph Heron, currently with the safety sector of the Ministry of Education. And closing our day one conference with an extremely important topic, impact of COVID-19 on early childhood education and some strategies for developing learning pods for young boys. We have Dr. Zoya Kincaid-Clark. I think we often forget that the COVID is impacting not just the adults in our societies, but also our children. And we sometimes forget to ask them what's happening, how they're feeling, how it's impacting them. A senior lecturer and researcher in early childhood education, Dr. Clark holds a doctorate in education, and prior to lecturing at the tertiary level, taught at the early childhood level in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. Her research focuses on early childhood development with a focus on teacher education, parenting, transition from early childhood to primary, and understanding how young children are shaped by their ecological experiences within the home and wider community. Sharing with us on the impact of COVID-19 on early childhood education and giving us some tips on strategies for developing learning pods for young boys. Please welcome Dr. Zoya Kincaid-Clark.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I really must commend the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network in collaboration with Catholic College of Mandeville for taking on this very important topic, because it is a very important topic and it's quite timely, because just as Mr. Heron shared a while ago, our boys are really suffering. And we really have a lot. We owe it to our boys to focus on them and to contribute to their fulsome development. All right. I'm going to share my screen.
Go right ahead.
Are you able to see?
Not yet. We're still seeing you.
There you go. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, there you go, yes.
There you go. All right. My focus for today is really looking at the impact of COVID on early childhood education, with a particular focus on our young boys, and how we can, what kinds of strategies we can use to support their development. So for this presentation, I'm going to be layering the landscape, which is just to give you a sense of what is happening now in education, in early childhood education in particular. And then I'm going to talk a little bit more about the impact of COVID on early childhood education in Jamaica, and what we do and what we know about young boys and how they learn. Now, following Mr. Heron's presentation, I don't really need to go into a lot of detail because he really did an excellent job. And then I'm going to zero in finally on the use of learning pods to support young boys and their learning. So let's layer the landscape a little bit. So perhaps next to the region's economic and healthcare systems, no other facet of society has suffered more deleterious effects from the pandemic than our collective education systems. Caribbean education has suffered on a whole. But in comparison to other levels of education, early childhood education has been most affected and remains the most affected, simply because of the dynamic of the situation whereby most early childhood institutions are privately owned and operated institutions. And so what that means is, because early childhood education is suffering, the social dividends that have been promised to us that are able to be harnessed from investing in quality early childhood care and education is at a risk. And we know that poor early childhood education is a healthcare crisis. And so what it means though is that COVID has created several healthcare crises. And one major one that we haven't fulsomely addressed is how early childhood education is suffering, thereby how children are suffering. And it doesn't just affect children, no, it affects them well into their adult years. So there's a predictive component when we think about access to quality early childhood education and the problems or the consequences if children do not have that opportunity. So the impact of COVID on early childhood education in Jamaica, as I quote one little young man, he said, COVID mashed up everything. COVID mashed up everything. So COVID, let's take a look at this. What's happening in our region? Our children are more vulnerable. So I'm going to quote something from UNICEF, which I think encompasses and it really brings a spotlight on what we're facing. Children in Latin America and the Caribbean have already lost on average 4 times more days of schooling compared to the rest of the world. So let me say this, 4 times more days of schooling compared to the rest of the world. And while schools are gradually reopening in several parts of the world, the vast majority of classrooms in the Caribbean are still closed. Now, this is a very important thing to raise. It's a very important point that we need to consider. If access to early childhood education is a protective factor, and by that I mean when children have the opportunity to be a part of an early childhood institution, it means that they are given an opportunity to shed many of those negative or those harsh environmental dynamics which they may face on a regular day-to-day basis. So if they don't have access to that protective factor, they are at increased risk. So let's take a look at this. So most of our children are recovered for early childhood education in basic schools. So if we have persons who are not Jamaicans, basic school is just a term that we use in Jamaica to describe pre-primary education or preschool. And this mainly caters to children 3 to 5 years old. So 90% of children 3 to 5 years are enrolled in basic schools. The other 10% are enrolled in private kindergarten departments, infant schools. Some of them are homeschooled, but the vast majority of Jamaican children 3 to 5 years are catered for in basic schools. But then here's the problem that we face. Several basic schools permanently closed during the COVID months. Because basic schools are community schools, if there is no school in operation and these schools depend on the fees that are charged, it means that these schools have no money to sustain. And when a school, COVID locked down schools for several months. And some of these schools have not been able to open. Many of these schools, they are operated in rented spaces, so the rent couldn't be paid. The landlord has come for his building. Many of the principals were unable to pay the teachers. The teachers have moved on to greener pastures. Many of the children who didn't have access to these schools, especially in communities, they have nowhere to go. And while the government has provided a minimum stipend, meaning that they have promised that private school teachers would get a one-off grant of $40,000, some teachers have not yet received those grants. And for the most part, many of them they just haven't seen, they haven't heard anything about it. So when we look at the total picture, when we look at this entire thing, we are realizing that several retrograde steps have been made in early childhood education. In fact, some data is pointing to as many as 3 years. The effects of COVID on children has been vicious. The effects have been vicious. And while it has been reported that 120,000 children have been lost, we have heard in the ministry, we have heard the ministry talk about this, we have heard it mentioned in Parliament, these 120,000 children. That is 3 birth cohorts, because if on average we have about 40,000 children born each year, and if we have 120,000 children who are lost, what it is saying to us is that 3 years worth of children, we have they're unfound. We don't know where they are. But what it hasn't pointed to is that the 120,000 only pertains to primary and secondary children. We have even greater numbers of children at the early childhood level who have been lost, but we have not yet collected the data on this. And this has been one of the problematic issues, which is that early childhood has not been given the priority that is needed. Because as I said, there's a predictive component or element to early childhood education. It predicts what will happen later on in somebody's life. You can look at what's happening with a child, and you can predict with a fair degree of certainty what will happen to that person in his or her adult years. So what do we know about this? So we have 124,000 boys between the ages of 3 to 8 years in Jamaica. And when we are planning for boys, I'm not going to go into much detail because Mr. Heron did a wonderful job. We have to consider how boys function. We have to consider the brain of boys. We have to consider that boys need to be more engaged. They need to be more kinesthetic learners. They can't function as we would normally do. And one of the challenges, as Mr. Heron shared, is because of the feminized nature of the early childhood profession. Many of us, and I'm considering myself because I was a kindergarten teacher for several years, many of us may not have understood how our feminine approach or feminine thinking or ideology, how that would shape our classroom space. And unless you make a concerted effort, you will not plan purposefully and intentionally for these boys. So when we think about it, movement, boys need movement. Boys need games. Boys need humor. They need challenge, they need competition. They need meaning, they need mastery. Now, if I can share a personal experience, yesterday my boys went to school, and when I picked them up from school and I asked them how was school, they told me school was amazing. On a scale of 1 to 10, it was 10. Why? Miss didn't come, so we had fun. Miss didn't come to school today, so we sat in another teacher's class and she made us have fun. That was what they said. This is the first time I've ever heard them say school got a 10 out of 10. The first time. They're in grade 2. That means they've had several years of schooling. The first time I've ever heard them say school was 10 out of 10. So then let's talk a little bit about learning pods. So what is a learning pod and how can this be used to support our boys? How can this be used? So taking into consideration all the things that we heard from Mr. Heron about allowing boys to be active and to be engaged and to run up and down, that rough and tumble play that he spoke about. Dr. Carol Long, who was actually my lecturer at Shortwood Teachers College several years ago, decades ago, in fact, I can use the plural, decades ago, she spoke a lot about rough and tumble play. And, I really have to give her, big ups, because she has been awesome in terms of promoting and encouraging rough and tumble play in our schools. So she's spoken quite a lot about rough and tumble play. And I'm going to share with you why learning pods as a concept, both theoretical and conceptually, is of benefit to boys and how it can support them. So let's talk a little bit about what learning pods are. So learning pods are structures which have emerged during the COVID pandemic. So prior to that, we didn't know it. Well, we had some formation of learning pods, but it wasn't called a learning pod. We use the term pod because it means that if you think about a pod, a pea pod or whatever, it's something that it's encompassing. So it holds the pea in it, or it holds the seed in it. So there is some protection. And in learning pods, the same concept has emerged. So we talk about learning pods. What we're saying is that we are having a layer of protection around our children because there is consistency in what the support system that is surrounding the child or the children. We have a space of protection, of care, and there is interaction or engagement that is taking place within this pod that keeps the rest of the world out. And you and I, we all know what it was like during COVID, when we were literally stuck in our homes for days on end because we were trying to create a familial pod, so to speak. So learning pods, or another term for it, is a learning bubble. And they are semi-formal facilitation groups which allow parents to support their children with online and blended learning. And why did this come into being, and why was this so important? Really and truly, learning pods became very popular because many of our boys struggled with online learning. The demand of online learning, even though we're talking about 21st century learners, is that many of our children were not prepared for the nature of learning in a pandemic world. So even though we are preparing them for the 21st century, many of our children were not oriented in that way. And when we threw it on them, it was jarring for many of them. And especially our boys, and especially our teachers. You know, I consider myself to be a teacher still. I am among colleagues when I'm in a group of teachers. And one of the challenges was that many teachers did not receive formal instruction on how to engage, especially young boys, in an online space. And so there was the assumption, really and truly what ended up happening was that teachers were trying to replicate face-to-face instruction behind a screen. And this was not going to work and has not worked for many boys. Some of them are more experienced now because we're in the second year of COVID, but it has still been very problematic. And teachers have become, as intuitive learners, have found means and ways of, you know, kind of making it a little bit easier. But I have still found that some teachers are unrealistic in their expectations of learning in an online space. Because it cannot be when children are in the physical space or the regular classroom, they're able to move around, they're able to socialize, they're seeing somebody's head back or they're seeing somebody's shoulder, they can reach across and touch a friend. But when you're in the online space, you're looking at somebody who is far away. Sometimes your technology will work, sometimes it won't. You are struggling. So the psychological effects, as that little boy said, COVID mash up everything. So learning pods come in many shapes and forms. At times, there are simple co-ops of working parents who share supervision of the group on alternate days. And in some instances, the parents have put together and decided to hire tutors. So what it means is that a group of parents will come together, learning pods between 5 or 8, roughly between 5 or 8 children will come together and they will go to a particular parent's house for the day. And that parent will have all 8 children or all 5 children working together. And those children would be taken through, the parent will go through the activities, the teaching, carry them through activities. But this has really worked for some children. In fact, some parents have committed to these learning pods because they have recognized where their boys and their children in general have thrived as opposed to being in an online space. And in fact, some of them have recognized the benefits more than being in the average regular classroom system. Because when you have 5 or 8 children, what it means is you have more one-on-one time. The power of those wonderful interactions that can happen You're sitting and you're talking and you're sharing and you're engaging with your friends. Because as Mr. Heron can testify to, a lot of time when we have children in our classrooms from 8 o'clock until 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, especially if they're in the early childhood years, 1, 12, 1 o'clock, a lot of time is lost with transitions from activity to activity. A lot of time is spent in correcting children. So you waste a lot of time. So when you really think about the time that is actually devoted to learning, to teaching and learning, it may be about 1 or 2 hours. And the rest of the time is moving, lunchtime, all sorts of other extraneous activities. And so when you have a learning pod, where most you have targeted and specific, you have your routines, the children are used to it, it's a smaller group. More time can be spent on instruction as was intentionally planned for. And you can use the additional time or the other time to do things that boys want to do. So the climbing of the mango tree, the going outside and looking for earthworms, the going outside and picking up leaf, the going outside and jumping up and down in mud, the going outside and running up and down, just running up and down, telling the boys, just go and play, all of that, that time when children can construct their own knowledge, where they construct their play rules, their game rules, all of those things can be done in that other period. So teaching and learning is happening, but then children have additional time to be children. It's not wasted time. It's time that we know is needed. The children who are grounded socio-emotionally, the children who are grounded psychosocially, are those children who have time to interact with other children, to network with other children, to play with other children. So they allow the grouping of learning pods, allow the grouping of children in small hubs that don't breach the public health protocols, as we know, especially now during this COVID period with social distancing. So why learning pods and what are the benefits? Learning pods give parents time and space to focus on their work. I can say this, I'm a mother of 3 boys. So this topic is really speaking to me. I'm a mother of 3 boys, and it was very, very stressful during the period, the COVID period, especially last year, with all the stress and strain and all the challenges and all the dynamics of focusing on them. My work couldn't get done. So in order for my work to get done, I would have to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning, and not getting enough sleep is not the best thing for a parent of 3 boys. What Learning Pods will also do is that it leaves the teaching to experts. Not all parents have the skills to teach, and there is no shame in this. There is no shame in not having the capacity to meet your children's educational needs at the level that teachers are expected to do. Teaching is a profession, and it requires expert skills. So we're not expecting parents to be experts in teaching, because that's not what you trained to do unless you're a teacher. What it also does is that it leaves the teaching to experts so that parents can shift their focus to being advocates, partners, and cheerleaders for their children's education, which we need more of. Because the fact that we are not giving the attention to early childhood, it means that we need more priority to be placed on it. We need more advocates, such as the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force, such as Catholic College of Mandeville, such as the other teachers' colleges, such as the University of the West Indies. We need our partners to come together and shout and appeal for our early childhood system. We need it. We need our partners to appeal for our children. Why? What are the benefits of learning pods? There's predictability, structure, and routine. If you know young children thrive on structure and routine. Children know where they know what they're supposed to do, and if there's a routine that they must follow and they have mastered that routine, half your work has been done. Socialization and time with peers. Now this is a big one. COVID mashed up everything. Why? Because children need to socialize. And when you take away, and that's what COVID did, It took away their opportunity to spend time with their friends. You know, when you think about it, when we talk about the holistic development of children, and that means we cater to the whole child. We're talking about the affective part, the psychosocial part, the socio-emotional part, the physical part, the cognitive aspect. Cognition is one little bit of thing, one little bitty thing. That's one layer of several layers of the total child. But if we continue to privilege the learning of content without focusing on the other aspects of the child, we lose a child. Because if we focus on 5 out of 7, we've lost twice. We've lost 2 parts of the child. If we focus on 1 part and ignore the other 6, that child is at risk. And so what COVID has done is that it has made many of our children at risk. So by use of learning pods as a protective mechanism, it enables our boys to be able to engage and to learn and to thrive, not just survive. COVID was about survival, but now we have to think about thriving. What else can we do? And many parents recognized the importance of thriving. Small group learning, more individualized attention. We know that our boys don't learn the same as girls. I had a situation where I've been in spaces. My child was a consequence. I was faced that similar challenge where he was being compared to girls. And they were more, and it wasn't that he was struggling. It was that in comparison to the girls, because he was not at the developmental stage. If we know about child development, we recognize you cannot rush child development. You can stimulate the child, and when the child is ready, the child will move to that level. But if you cannot rush it, if the child is not there, he's not there. So with small group learning and more individualized attention, it allows our teachers, it allowed children or allowed our boys to be more greatly supported. And then piggybacking on Mr. Heron's comment, when he talked about the curriculum and the creative curriculum. And even though he spoke, he spoke a lot about his older boys, I'll speak to you about the younger ones. Giving the boys an opportunity to run around, to jump up and down. You move the desks and the chairs and you allow them to just have fun. Years ago, I as a kindergarten teacher, I had a little boy in my class. And if I said to him, Ronald, come here. Ronald could not walk across the room. He had to do some karate moves. He had to do some rolling. He had to do some kicking, all sorts of things. That's just it. And can I tell you that Ronald was one of the brightest boys I've ever met. Engaging, intelligent. I knew I had to do a lot of my teaching outside because he needed space. The confines of the 4 walls was not what he wanted. Brilliant young boy. And it's just that I recognize the importance of transforming the curriculum. Learning pods are safer, less health risks, and more supportive because children have an opportunity to build on their strengths and improve on their growth areas. And these are some selected references. I am more than willing to share my presentation with those who requested. So, and I'll be more than willing to speak further on this topic. All right, I'm going to stop sharing now.
Thank you, Dr. Zoya Kincaid-Clark. Boy, a lot of food for thought there. COVID and its impact, some of the healthcare crises created by the COVID virus, prioritizing early childhood education, a critical component that's been a thread throughout all the presentations. And the major impact, particularly on the early childhood education system. How do we redress that, reimagine that? How do we further engage our boys so that they are not lost in the system? Feminization of teaching approaches, some things to reflect on and question. Do we have any questions or comments from our audience?
Yes. Yes, there is.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Kincaid Clark. Remarkable presentation. And allow me to share what some persons have been saying. Marcella Taylor, she says, so true. Most teachers were not given the training and necessary steps to prepare them for online teaching. Elaine Baker, she said, excellent learning pods describe a common approach homeschoolers have used in the US. How can it be incorporated to blend with traditional education in Jamaica once schools resume? And Moya Millington, excellent point. A curriculum that facilitates meets students right where they are. So these are the comments that I have for you.
Thank you, Mrs. White. And this brings us to the end of day one of our conference on the theme, Boys to Men, Early Childhood Education, No Small Matter, Helping Boys to Thrive. There's been such a rich sharing of information, of tips, of ideas, of facing the realities of what's happening with our boys today. And I hope our audience has taken away or have a lot of takeaways from today's discussions, and feel free to make contact with our presenters. And I know we will have the presentations so that we can sit with them as we create our strategic plans going forward for the early childhood environment and system, because it's not just about our individual schools. There are issues across the diaspora, I dare say, across our societies, where early childhood education seems to be the last sector that gets attention, when it should be the first, really, where our resources really should be plowed into upgrading, improving, and ensuring that we produce the best citizens we can to strengthen our communities. We really want to thank all who participated today, beginning with a wonderful prayer that started us off, Reverend Bishop John Prasad, Mrs. Gray, the coordinator for the early childhood education, Sister Una, past president of the college, reminding us of where the program started with one student, such brave, initiatives. Mrs. Deslandes from the Early Childhood Commission, Mrs. Foster from Chase Fund, Ms. Fanger from our collaborating partner, JDTAN, Dr. Davis Smith, Dr. Clark, Dr. Ira Roach, Dr. Hickswell, Blacker Ellis, Joseph Heron, and rounding out our day and bringing us right back to one of the major impacts on early childhood and early childhood system, Dr. Zoya Clark, helping us to look at the value of learning pods and to explore our teaching attitudes, explore creativity, and ensure that we are tapping into boys' energies as we strengthen the early childhood system. I thank all of you. I thank the team, the technical team. I thank Miss Carlene Laggy, Mrs. Esther White, behind the scenes, Kimon, DeAndre Booth. Have I left anybody out? And all who, Antoinette, all who made the streaming today possible. We could not have done it without you. Mr. Gabriel, how could I not mention your name as you were our keynote speaker, setting us off on reflecting on the current realities and the need to change the narratives in which we talk about boys, in which we teach boys, in which we approach the teaching of boys in early childhood. I think our coordinator, before I close, wants to say a quick word. Mrs. Gray?
Always, I must say, I always enjoy Dr. Kincaid Clark presentations at all times. And as I watched and listened to her presentation, I really see her, the passion, the knowledge about early childhood education. I see her taking up that advocacy role that Dr. Rose Davis has left behind. So Dr. Kincaid Clark, I really want you to run with it because it's so knowledgeable and passionate. And passion is what we need for the early childhood sector, passion and knowledge. Thank you.
All right, so Dr. Clark, Dr. Kincaid Clark, the gauntlet has been thrown down by Mrs. Gray for you to take up the challenge, take the baton from one of the important predecessors in the field of early childhood education. So I hope that you are brave enough to just take up the baton, run with it. Can I hear an amen, Dr. Clark? Dr. Kincaid Clark?
I will do my best. I will do my best.
Thank
Our
you.
children deserve it. They deserve it.
Thank you for sharing with us. As a mother of 3 boys, boy, I don't envy you. That multiplication of energies, but they are so wonderful to be around, you know? They can stress you out, but they really are wonderful to be around. Thank you, audience members. Thank you all who participated today. Let me just quickly remind you of the feast we have in store for you on day 2. You can look forward to a roundtable reasoning. So we're going to hear from the boys and young men themselves tomorrow, reasoning with Mr. Everton Tyndale. Then you hear from Deacon Ronald Thwaites, looking at establishing young boys' spirituality, a catalyst for holistic development for late starters. From Dr. Herbert Gale, practical solutions to the impact of trauma and poverty on boys' learning experiences. From Mr. Robert Dixon, strategies for creating opportunities for boys' success. And we close day 2 with a presentation from Mr. Jason Brown, safe electronics and technology for various stages of boys' development. So more food for thought tomorrow, more conversations. Please tune in at 8:15 so you don't miss out on anything. And thank you for your attention and for participating with us today. Walk good, and as Miss Lou say, may good duppy follow you. Take good care.